Chapter 1612. You. Tuoba Lun's eyes were cold, flickering dangerously. I think, in order for you to live longer in the cave of 10,000 dragons, you need to understand the difference in status before you enter. Boom, a strong divine power gathered in his palm, reflecting his ferocious face. Tuoba Lun, if you want to fight, ask our Shui family first. Another level 3 cavern world master's aura rushed over. It was an elder of the Shui family, Shui Changji. As a candidate for the next family master, he was very powerful. The elders of the Feather God clan naturally did not want to show weakness and rushed over. The experts of both sides quickly confronted each other, as if they would start a fight at any moment. This scene was beyond Tuoba Lun's expectations. Shuiyu was so popular. He did not want to see a fight between the two clans. Hihi, brother Tuoba, why are you so angry? We are both island forces, we should help each other. It was the gentle young man again, speaking to ease the tension of both sides. Tuoba Lun snorted, Lu Tianji, you meddle in other people's business. He retracted his divine power and complained unhappily. Lu Tianji only chuckled, not minding his bad attitude. You are the number one family on the island, the pride of the Lu family, Lu Tianji? Shui Changji said in surprise. Lu Tianji clicked on it. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Lu Tianji's reputation was even above Bai Hua Fairy and Tuoba Lun. This person was gifted, born to be proficient in divination, probing the secrets of heaven, and capturing fate. Using this talent, he turned misfortunes into blessings, and his cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. It was said that he reached level 3 Cavern World Master 5 years ago. Now that 5 years had passed, he was still a level 3 Cavern World Master, but no one believed that his strength had stagnated. It was more likely that he was suppressing his cultivation, waiting for this cave of 10,000 dragons. Both sides stopped fighting, but Tuoba Lun was a bit angry. He came aggressively, but he did not expect that he could not vent his anger, and instead had nowhere to vent it. Suddenly, he noticed that Murong Qingcheng was actually in the Shui clan's group as well, and a trace of a smile couldn't help but appear on the corners of his mouth as he said in a loud voice, Qingcheng, you've come as well. He rudely separated the Shui family members and walked in front of Murong Qingcheng. He revealed a handsome smile and intentionally sighed loudly, Qingcheng, you were forced by your family to become Shuiyu's fiancé. You've suffered a lot. Many people could not help but frown inwardly when they heard this. The number one beauty of the Sword Pavilion Ocean, Murong Qingcheng, was forced to marry a nobody. It's really a flower stuck in cow dung. Tuoba Lun couldn't help but laugh when he heard the discussion. He gave Su Yu a playful look, then said to Murong Qingcheng, Qingcheng, come with me. Although I can't take you away from the engagement, I can take you to a safe place in the cave of 10,000 dragons. As he spoke, he pretended to hold Murong Qingcheng's soft white hand. Murong Qingcheng took a step back and said with a cold face, Child Tuoba, please behave yourself. Qingcheng is not a casual person. Tuoba Lun was startled. He looked at her confusedly and said, Qingcheng, are you being controlled by his despicable means? Murong Qingcheng said seriously and disgustedly, Child Tuoba, I understand your feelings for me, but please do not slander Child Shui. My engagement with him was of my own accord. I was not forced. Murong Qingcheng said honestly, I, Murong Qingcheng, have only ever loved Child Shui. Child Tuoba, please do not pester me for no reason, and do not use any indecent means. Tuoba Lun was petrified on the spot. He could not understand why Murong Qingcheng, who was willing to throw herself into his arms and couldn't wait to marry him, had changed so much in just 1 year. That resolute attitude, that determined look in her eyes, it was as if she had changed into a different person. Shuiyu, what kind of means did you use on him to confuse him like this? Tuoba Lun yelled angrily. The crowd was a bit dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Isn't Tuoba Lun's means a bit too despicable? They are both willing, but he thinks so highly of himself. Hihi, maybe as the third force of the island, he is usually too confident. Hearing the unpleasant laughter, Tuoba Lun stared at Su Yu and Murong Qingcheng angrily. You. Alright, just wait and see, especially you, Shuiyu. As he turned around, he stared at Su Yu coldly, Just pray that you can make it into the dragon cave alive. Someone has been waiting for you for a long time. Suyu squinted his eyes. He thought of someone who had surrendered to the Feather God clan. The traitor of the Shui family, Shui Lei. Both sides left, and the farce was over. Bai Hua Fairy's big bright eyes curiously looked at Shuiyu from top to bottom, then giggled. Haha, how interesting, an unknown brat like you managed to catch Tuoba Lun's attention. This doesn't match Tuoba Lun's arrogant personality at all. 3 days later, the candidates of the 300 island forces arrived one after another. The crowd huddled together, waiting for the relic to open. Suyu secretly observed for a while, then said, "Why don't I see anyone from the Sword Pavilion? Aren't they going to join as well?" He. Murong Qingcheng sneered. "They went in 3 days ago. There are 2 entrances to the relic, one of which leads to the dragon cave that is better preserved, and it opens 3 days earlier than the other, but only people from the Sword Pavilion are allowed to enter." Murong Qingcheng pointed at an ancient city tower in the distance, which was gradually becoming clearer like a mirage, and said, "That is the entrance for us." Not only did they not restrict the cultivation of the people who entered, but they could also enter in advance. The Sword Pavilion really didn't plan to give the island forces many benefit. They only wanted them to be laborious once, to help them clean up the useless areas that were a pity to abandon and tasteless. "The 10,000 Dragon Cave is open, you can go in now." On the stone sword, light and shadow seemed to distort, and an old man with black and white hair appeared. He stared at the crowd below indifferently, as if he was staring at a herd of livestock, and said, "It is inconvenient to follow the rules. Everyone, put the resources you have collected into the special space storage of the Sword Pavilion. If you hide anything, you will end up like the thousands of corpses buried here." He glared at the crowd below, and 2 solid beams of light fell down, blasting a huge deep pit in the ground. Layers of corpses piled on top of each other, and it was a ghastly sight. Murong Qingcheng's heart palpitated as she said, "These are the people who have tried to deceive the Sword Pavilion and steal resources for many years. Without exception, once they are found, they will be executed immediately." Among these corpses, there are many young masters and young masters of the island forces. The old man with black and white hair said coldly, "Now, the 10,000 Dragon Cave is officially open." He tapped his right foot on the stone sword, and a wave of powerful sword energy shot out from the stone sword, shooting toward the mirage. A ripple of water rippled, and the mirage suddenly became clear. The island forces people, who had long been eager for a fight, entered through the city gate. "Let's go in as well." Suyu took out a gorgeous beast carriage from the leaf-shaped space ring. The beast carriage was surrounded by powerful seals, not only for stealth, defense, but also for attack. The 4 divine beasts that were pulling the carriage were the famous Heavenly Horn Rhinoceros. With a roar, the Heavenly Horn Rhinoceros pulled the people of the Shui family, charging straight into the ruins. This is too much. The Shui family thinks they can afford an imperial beast carriage, so they are unscrupulous. Good, don't let me run into them in the ruins. Humph. Isn't the Shui family afraid of incurring public anger? How dare they do this? Brothers, let's go. Among the huge crowd, a few strange gazes locked onto the beast carriage. Entering the city gate tower, the scene inside suddenly changed. It was a desolate seabed, sunken into the depths of the sea. Countless underwater creatures fled in fright. Look, starlight grass. Xuelin discovered that the vicinity of the city gate tower was filled with starlight grass, no less than 30. Half a year ago, the Shui family was on the brink of extinction for the sake of starlight grass. But here, it grew freely, like weeds. He was eager to jump out of the carriage, but was stopped by Suyu, who said, "Useless." Xuelin shrunk his neck. How am I useless?" Suyu said impatiently, "Are you satisfied with a few stalks of starlight grass for an adventure once every 5 years? But the starlight grass is very important. It concerns the Shui family's foothold." Xuelin said reluctantly. Suyu shook his head and sighed. "Since there is starlight grass here, are we afraid that there won't be more in the depths? If we stop now to harvest the starlight grass, we will only be overtaken by the people behind us." Xuexing glared at Xuelin. "You fool. Just listen to brother Xueyu. Why do you have so many questions? When did he ever harm you? Never. Xuelin laughed. But where are we going? Su Yu touched the compass, which was hidden in his sleeve. The compass was pointing in the direction of the south. He did not understand this place, so he might as well try to walk in the direction pointed by the compass. Along the way, they found more and more spiritual treasures. 1 or 2 stalks of starlight grass could be found everywhere. There were even hundreds of stalks growing in large patches. But Su Yu was unmoved, continuing to drive forward. The participants at the back gradually couldn't resist the temptation and gradually stopped searching. Hence, the number of people chasing behind Su Yu was decreasing. However, there were 2 groups of people following the beast carriage like shadows. They were completely uninterested in anything that happened along the way and continued to chase after the beast carriage. Half a day later, the beast carriage finally got tired and stopped to rest. Su Yu and the people of the Xue family all walked out of the beast carriage and scattered around to rest. Su Yu said, "Split up and explore the surroundings. Return to the beast carriage in an hour." The crowd dispersed. A sneaky figure with a cold smile on his face entered the beast carriage. If Su Yu were here, he would definitely recognize that it was none other than the traitor of the Xue family, Xue Lei. After entering the beast carriage, he immediately drank a bottle of mysterious potion with amazing effects. His whole body gradually became transparent from the outside to the inside, and his breath quickly dissipated. Even a level 1 Cavern World Senior would not be able to sense Xue Lei's presence. If he suddenly stabbed someone with his sword, no one would be able to guard against it. Xue Yu, and the good people of the Xue family. I bet you didn't expect that I, Xue Lei, would come back. Xue Lei's face was ferocious, and he said bitterly, "I told you that you would regret it. I will make sure that none of you return." He took out a transparent small sword and held it tightly in his palm. Chapter 16:13. In the beast carriage, everyone was extremely excited. As Su Yu had expected, there were more spiritual objects of the universe ahead. "Brother Xue Yu, look, I found 101 starlight grass." Xuelin's face was flushed as he said excitedly, "The Xue family doesn't have to hand it in for a whole year." Xuexin rolled her eyes at him. "Say that if you can get past the inspection of Jian Xian." Xuelin scratched his head and said, "I almost forgot, we can only get 20%. He put 20% of it into Jian Xian's special storage ring, which was a small yellow sword. The space inside was not too big, and the items it could hold were no more than 1,000 cubic meters. Jian Xian had deliberately restricted them from collecting too many resources. Jian Xian was extremely guarded against the island forces. Xuexin also took out about 100 starlight grass and reluctantly put them into her sword-shaped storage ring. The rest of them also had a good harvest. There were more than 300 starlight grass alone. According to the 20% ratio, there were more than 60. Next year's starlight grass mission will be much easier. Xue Zhangji stroked his beard, his face glowing. The rest of the people smiled happily. It's a relief. This year, Xue Lei destroyed the starlight grass, which was a devastating blow to our Xue family. Now we can finally relax. Xue Lin clenched his fists and cursed. In the dark, Xue Lei, who was holding a transparent small sword, glared angrily. But on second thought, he not only kept the small sword in his hand, but also curled his lips into a hideous smile. He secretly sneered and revealed a mocking expression. "Hehe, what a good clan of mine. You still can't forget me. Since that's the case, I'll let you taste the taste of despair again." He did not intend to kill them one by one, but to give them a bigger surprise. As night fell, Su Yu said, "Stop and rest." Xue Lin and Xuexin had harvested a lot during the day. They said reluctantly, 10 million miles ahead, it's a place with abundant resources. Any island will go there to harvest them. We finally got ahead of them, so why should we stop? Wouldn't it be better to rush there in one go? Shaking his head, Su Yu said, "According to the records, don't act rashly at night in the cave of 10,000 dragons." Xue Lin, listen to Xue Yu. Xue Zhangji said sternly, "Xue Yu is right. The cave of 10,000 dragons is not like the outside world. Every night is the most dangerous time. Back in the day, Countless divine dragons were buried in the cave of 10,000 dragons. The dragon souls gathered here and came out at night. Over the years, the number of living beings that were taken away by the dragon souls is uncountable, Shui Zhangji said solemnly. He was the only one who had participated in the 10,000 dragon cave many times, so his understanding of the place far surpassed that of others. Only then did Shui Lin stick out his tongue and shrink into the corner of the beast carriage. Su Yu and Shui Zhangji got off the carriage and set up a seal near the beast carriage to prevent unknown enemies from invading. The next morning, a sharp scream broke the silence in the beast carriage. Cold sweat flowed down Shui Lin's forehead as he said in panic, "My storage ring is gone." Everyone was startled awake, and their expressions changed greatly. Losing a storage ring was no small matter. At the end of the expedition, the storage ring would be taken back by Jian Xian. If there was a loss, with Jian Xian's style of doing things, he would not listen at all. Not only would the person who lost the storage ring have to undergo a soul search, but everyone accompanying him would also have to undergo a soul search to ensure that the storage ring was not stolen. Who didn't have their own secrets? Once their souls were searched, the consequences could be imagined. Moreover, in addition to the loss of a storage ring, the resources obtained by the accompanying team would be deducted by half again as a punishment. In other words, they could only get 10% of the resources found. Shui Zhangji realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted, "It's useless to take one more storage ring. If any of you took it, hand it over now, and I can pretend I don't know." He looked around, and no one showed a strange expression. Shui Zhangji shouted, "The beast carriage has not been opened all night, no one has entered or left, and the storage ring is missing. It must be one of you. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for searching you one by one. If I find out, I won't let you off so easily." But everyone still looked around, their eyes filled with suspicion, and tacitly kept their distance from each other. The sense of vigilance could not be stronger. "Uncle Shui, don't jump to conclusions," Su Yu said. "With the Shui family's current situation, I don't believe someone would be so ungrateful as to harm the Shui family." He looked at Shui Lin and said, "Think again. Did you lose the starlight grass when you were looking for it today?" Shui Lin shook his head with certainty. "Absolutely not. I know very well that I kept it in my pocket." "Are you sure?" Su Yu stared at him. Shui Lin met Su Yu's gaze and could not help but feel guilty. He muttered, "Could I have remembered wrongly?" He was already lacking in confidence, and after being questioned by Su Yu, he immediately lost his confidence. "Everyone, split up and look for it," Su Yu ordered without hesitation. Shui Zhangji said, "Everyone? What about the beast carriage? Lead it. If the storage ring is lost along the way, it will be inconvenient to look for it in the beast carriage," Su Yu said. Everyone thought about it. Although it was troublesome, they could only lead the beast carriage back. Shui Zhangji frowned. "Our Shui family is viewed as an enemy by many factions. The beast carriage is the key to our escape. We cannot lose it. Let me lead it." His cultivation level was the highest among them. With him leading the beast carriage, anyone who wanted to snatch it from him would have to think twice. No one had any objections. The consequences of losing the beast carriage would be unbearable. If they encountered the Feather God clan, based on the strength of both sides, they would all die here. "All right, there is no time to lose. Let's set off immediately," Su Yu said as he led the group back. Everyone spread out and looked around for the storage ring that had been lost. After half a day, when they found a valley, the worst-case scenario occurred. Shouts shook the sky around the valley, and 10 powerful auras rushed out. They were the Sea Serpent tribe, which ranked 6th among the island factions. "Haha, look what kind of prey we have found." The leader was an elder of the Sea Serpent tribe, and he sneered. The rest of the Sea Serpent tribe took a closer look and could not help but burst into laughter. "Isn't this the Shui family? Why are you back again? Humph. You were so arrogant when you entered the ruins. Now let us, the Sea Serpent tribe, have a taste of your strength." The Sea Serpent tribe elder sneered and gave a look. The 10 of them flew down from the valley and surrounded the Shui family. Shui Zhangji's face fell. He said, "Everyone, get on the beast carriage immediately." If they fought head-on, the Shui family would not be a match for them. Only the beast carriages could break through their encirclement. Thinking of this, Shui Zhangji could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, the tribe master had paid a great price to prepare this beast carriage. Otherwise, they would have really died here. Hearing this, the Shui family immediately gathered around the beast carriage and prepared to escape. Chapter 16:14. A small, invisible sword flew out from the beast carriage and stabbed into Shui Zhangji, who was pulling the beast carriage. Su Yu seemed to have sensed it in advance. He flew over and pulled Shui Zhangji away. Kai, the transparent sword, brushed past Shui Zhangji's shoulder, leaving behind a long wound. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter came from the beast carriage. My Shui family. I haven't seen you for quite a few years. A transparent figure jumped out of the beast carriage and rode on a fierce beast. Many of the Shui family members were startled. Since when was there a person hiding in the beast carriage? Everyone from the Shui family was enraged. Shui Lei. It's you, you evil creature. No one would have thought that Shui Lei, whom they wanted to hack to pieces, was actually hiding in their beast carriage. What they hated the most was that at the moment of life and death, Shui Lei had snatched the beast carriage and dealt them a devastating blow. Just like how he had destroyed the starlight grass and nearly brought disaster to the Shui family. Ha ha ha, that's me. Shui Lei revealed a look of resentment. Don't you all hate me? Then I'll let you guys hate in hell. Shui Lei. How much do you want to harm us before you stop? Shui Zhangji roared furiously, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. He wished for nothing more than to tear Shui Lei into pieces. Shui Lei let out a long laugh. How about it? If you kill Shui Yu now, I will consider leaving the beast carriage behind and spare your lives. Shui Lei, if you still remember your surname, it's not too late to turn back now. Shui Zhangji shouted. What answered him was Shui Lei's unbridled laughter. Turn back. I, Shui Lei, have never made a mistake. The ones who are wrong are you bunch of ignorant people. Shui Lei threw his head back and laughed. He patted the carriage, and the vicious beasts immediately pulled the carriage, breaking through the encirclement and disappearing into the horizon. A burst of wild laughter reverberated in the sky for a long time. I'll come back to collect your corpses. With that, he drove the beast carriage away. At this moment, the members of the sea serpent race pounced over with a sinister smile. Hehe, what a wonderful show. At the most important moment, your own people hurt you the most. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens want you dead. However, what stunned Venerable Sea Serpent was that the plain-clothed young man who led them took out a leaf-shaped interspatial storage item unhurriedly. Then, he took out a huge beast carriage. In terms of size and grade, it was even higher than the previous beast carriages. Another Emperor-level beast carriage? Venerable Sea Serpent was stunned. Why did you prepare two such high-level beast carriages? Unless the Shui family had anticipated that they would lose one from the very beginning. In other words, one of them was meant to be sacrificed in the first place. Su Yu jumped into the carriage without uttering a single word, then calmly asked the Shui family's people, who were still in a daze, why don't you all come up? The Shui family members, who were prepared for a fierce battle, let out a wild cry and jumped into the carriage. When the members of the sea serpent race pounced on them, the beast carriage had already started moving. Under the impact of the powerful beast, a young member of the sea serpent race was sent flying. Then, it rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Inside the beast carriage, the Shui family members, who still had lingering fears, were extremely excited. Shui Zhangji was surprised. Why did the patriarch give you two emperor-grade beast carriages? The rest of the people looked at Su Yu curiously. With the financial resources of the Shui family, it would be difficult for them to prepare one emperor beast carriage. Why would they prepare two at all costs? Su Yu smiled and said, to be exact, I asked the patriarch to prepare them. It was to get rid of some unnecessary troubles. Before they had arrived at the historical remains, Su Yu had received a letter from a sharp arrow, warning him not to participate in the cave of 10,000 dragons. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Su Yu had not been careless, so he had prepared two beast carriages. The first beast carriage had deliberately collided with them, attracting everyone's attention, including the enemies. His original intention was to use the first beast carriage to lure the enemy away. But now, it seemed that his unintentional action had not only lured the enemy away, but also attracted a tumor that had been hiding for a long time. Su Yu's eyes were cold, and he said coldly, "Let's go and give Shui Lei a surprise." The two beast carriages could sense each other, so it would not be difficult for them to catch up with him. Shui Zhangji's murderous intent surged when he heard that. He clenched his teeth and said, "Don't attack, all of you. I want to cut him into pieces with my own hands." Shui Lei had snatched the beast carriage and rushed into the desolate wilderness in high spirits. He stopped slowly, silently calculating the time, and said, with the gap in strength between the two clans, the few good-for-nothings from the Shui family should not be able to last more than 6 hours. When the time comes, I will go back and collect their corpses. Humph. Tuoba Lun had promised that if he could bring back Su Yu's head, he would be treated like a member of the Divine Feather Clan. For Shui Lei, that was a treatment that could only be chanced upon. Swoosh. Swoosh. Suddenly, Shui Lei's ears moved, and he stared at the dense wilderness around him. He yelled, "Who is it? Come out." The vegetation in the wilderness swayed, but no one answered him. What answered him was a dense barrage of black arrows. Each arrow was bound with a blood-red talisman. Upon seeing the talisman, Shui Lei's soul left his body, and he gasped. The mysterious heavenly blood talisman? The so-called mysterious heavenly blood talisman was one of the most advanced talismans in the Gentian Ocean, and its power was immense. Each talisman contained the full force of a level 2 Cavern World Senior. The 30 arrows were all bound with the mysterious heavenly blood talisman, which was equivalent to the full force attack of 30 level 2 Cavern World Seniors. Shui Lei was only a level 4 Cavern World Senior. One mysterious heavenly blood talisman was enough to blast him into pieces, let alone 30. Suddenly, he realized that the target of these arrows could not be a mere level 4 Cavern World Senior like him, but the Shui family. Judging by the massive amount of mysterious heavenly blood talismans prepared at all costs, they were prepared to wipe out the Shui family in one fell swoop, and destroy them all. Unfortunately, Shui Lei happened to snatch the beast carriage. Those mysterious killers had mistakenly thought that the people in the beast carriage were all from the Shui family, and had chosen to kill them. Realizing this, Shui Lei was scared out of his wits, and he said in horror, "Wait, you killed the wrong people." After a deafening explosion, the beast carriage, together with Shui Lei, was blasted into pieces. When the smoke and dust dissipated, several figures leaped out from the bushes. The leader was Li Jun, the second-ranked heaven ruler of the Li family. Behind him were the candidates for the Cave of 10,000 Dragons. Except for Li Yu, everyone else was present. Phew. Li Jun looked at the scene of devastation, and let out a long sigh. They are finally dead. An elder looked confused, and said, "I think I heard that they killed the wrong people. Did I hear it wrong?" Li Jun laughed. Humph, the Shui family probably did not expect that someone would pay such a high price to kill them, so they naturally thought they killed the wrong people. Unfortunately, they were the ones I wanted to kill. To be precise, it was Su Yu. The rest were just killed along the way. The elder was still cautious, and said, "It's better to confirm it. Shui Yu is a great threat to the Li family. I can't be at ease if I don't confirm it." Li Jun waved his hand, and one of the clansmen immediately took out a testing instrument, and dripped Shui Lei's remaining blood into it. Suddenly, the instrument made a crisp sound. Li Jun laughed. "See, the instrument has a reaction. It can't be wrong. This is the blood of the Shui family. Su Yu has been protecting them, so they must have died in there together." The elder heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "All right, let's leave as soon as possible. We can't let the Starry Pavilion know about this." The group left quickly. Chapter 16:15. What was that big explosion just now? Shui Zhangji was shocked and confused. Su Yu glanced at the destroyed land and the remaining blood. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. "Heaven is full of reincarnation. If you don't believe me, look up and see who the heavens have forgiven." The Shui family members jumped out to look and were shocked. Judging from the fragments, it was Shui Lei who stole the beast carriage. How did it get destroyed? Murong Qingcheng also came over and said in shock. Shui Zhangji suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this is retribution. Shui Lei caused the death of so many people of the Shui family, and now he has to bear the disaster for us. Ha ha ha, retribution. The people realized that it was the enemy of the Shui family who killed Shui Lei by mistake. Ha ha, good for him. He did all kinds of evil, and he died for us before he died. He did a good deed, he. Shui Lin sensed something and dug out a sword-shaped storage artifact from the ruins. Ah, found it. Shui Lin laughed happily as he found what he had lost. So this is where I fell. How strange, I've never been here before. The Shui family members were speechless. Everyone knew that the sword-shaped storage artifact was stolen by Shui Lei. The reason was probably because Shui Lin had called him a bastard yesterday, and Shui Lei had taught him a lesson. Why don't you say anything? Shui Lin scratched his head, feeling guilty under the strange stares of the people. The people were still speechless. What else could they say in the face of such a silly person? Shui Zhangji stared at the ruins, pondered for a moment, and said to Su Yu telepathically, Shui Yu, who do you think it was? Such large-scale destruction had obviously been planned for a long time, and they were prepared to annihilate the entire Shui family, leaving not a single one alive. Shaking his head, Su Yu said, I don't know. It could be the Feather God clan, Hong Lei, or the Li family. But no matter who it was, we are already dead, which is the best thing for the Shui family. As he spoke, Su Yu took out the beauty under the moon and threw the outer iron sword into the ruins. It looked like the remnant fragments from the big explosion. Shui Zhangji froze for a moment, then understood Su Yu's intention. His eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Haha, that's great. Let the outside world think that our Shui family was ambushed and all of us died tragically. That way, we will be much safer. Su Yu smiled and said, So, uncle, from now on, you will lead the clansmen to look for resources in the periphery. Shui Zhangji said in surprise, Shui Yu, could it be that I want to enter the Dragon Cave? Everyone was shocked. Dragon Cave? Murong Qingcheng said with surprise, Mr. Shui, the Dragon Cave is surrounded by people from the Sword Pavilion. Once you run into them, it will be very dangerous. The area they had been active in for the past 2 days could only be considered the outskirts of the Myriad Dragon Cave. The true dragon lair was only a very small area. There were many corpses of divine dragons there. It was the core area of the dragon lair. Most of the island forces chose to operate in the periphery. The outer perimeter was incomparably large and rich in resources. The island powers either collected resources here or blocked the way to rob others, obtaining quite a bountiful harvest. They would not enter the dragon lair easily to avoid angering the people from the Sword Pavilion. Shui Zhangji also advised, the dragon lair is not a place that island forces like us are qualified to set foot in. Once you are discovered, even if you can escape the pursuit in the dragon lair, can you escape the sniper attacks from the Sword Pavilion outside? With the domineering style of the people from the Sword Pavilion, hunting down Shui Yu was not just a joke. It was very likely that they would really do it. Why don't you stay in the periphery with us? With our current identity of total annihilation, it will be very safe. We can search for resources wherever we want. This year's harvest will definitely surpass that of previous years, Shui Zhangji said. His words were not unreasonable, but Su Yu had a reason to go to the dragon lair. Whether he could achieve the divine path depended on how much dragon marrow he could bring back from this adventure. I have made up my mind, Su Yu said. You guys leave this place as soon as possible. I will let you use the beast carriage. Shui Zhangji tried to persuade him again and again, but Su Yu was determined. He could only give up and said, Shui Yu, you are now the hope of our Shui family. No matter what the situation is, I hope you will put your life first. I will, Su Yu said. With that, Shui Zhangji led his people and left quickly. Only Murong Qingcheng stayed behind. She looked at Su Yu and said, I can't find the team of the Murong family, and I can't contact them. I have nowhere to go. Su Yu said without hesitation, No, if we are discovered, the Murong family will be implicated. Now that the Shui family had the support of the Starry Pavilion, Jian Xian might not dare to do anything to the Shui family. But in the Murong family, One word from Jian Xian was enough to determine the fate of the Murong family. Murong Qingcheng bit her lip and said, "Then take care." Nodding, Su Yu leaped up and headed straight for the dragon lair. Several hours later, a beautiful figure holding an emerald green sword gracefully descended and stood in front of the iron sword that Su Yu had thrown away. She squatted down and held the iron sword. Her crystal-like eyes were filled with regret. She said softly, "I warned you, why did you still come? Sigh, a worthy rival of mine has left just like that." If Su Yu were here, he would not be mistaken. It was none other than Li Yu from the Li family. She could not stop her people from plotting to kill Su Yu, so the only thing she could do was to inform Su Yu in advance. Unfortunately, Su Yu did not listen to her advice. "If I become the master of the Li family one day, I will definitely set up a monument for you on the Twin Star Island." Li Yu's usually calm face was filled with disappointment. She stabbed Su Yu's iron sword into the ground, making it look like a tombstone. Then, she looked at the dragon lair. Her eyes flashed, and she flew over. The commotion attracted a lot of attention, and the nearby forces rushed over, including the Li family. What happened? Looking at the huge destruction, the people who rushed over were all vigilant. Li Jun pretended not to know, and said with a terrified expression, "Who did this?" Suddenly, he noticed the iron sword. His eyes turned, and he said, "I recognize that iron sword. It is the weapon of the Shui family's second young master, Shui Yu." "Are you talking about the Shui family, the arrogant Shui family? Haha, if it was them, then they deserved to die. Who asked them to be so arrogant?" Li Jun, who had quietly retreated from the crowd, smiled coldly, and sighed in relief. "Farewell, Shui." 5 days later, Shui Yu arrived in front of a series of canyons. Looking down from above, one could clearly see that the series of canyons formed a huge claw mark. It was like some kind of giant creature had scratched the ground with its sharp claws, leaving a shocking mark. Waves of dense dragon power filled the area. "I finally found an unexcavated dragon lair." Su Yu let out a breath of turbid air. In the past 5 days, Su Yu had found 7 or 8 traces of the dragon clan's battle. Unfortunately, they had all been excavated, and not even the remains of the divine dragons could be found. Unknowingly, he had found his way to the depths of the dragon lair, until he arrived at the strange Dragon Claw Canyon. The thick dragon energy was much stronger than what he had found before. His eyes flashed, and Su Yu found a hidden spot, ready to jump down. Unexpectedly, a black shadow jumped out from below. In the dragon lair, it was a black-clothed man again. Su Yu could not think of anyone other than the people of Jianxian. Su Yu was slightly shocked. Without thinking, he pulled out the beauty under the moon and stabbed it. Clang! Not only was the black shadow's reaction extremely fast, but his swordsmanship was also superb. Not only did he block the stab, but the powerful sword energy also attacked Su Yu's brow. Su Yu did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and swept away the opponent's sword energy with the demonic moon revolving style. At the same time, the curved sword energy spread and slashed at the opponent's neck. The black shadow snorted, and the divine power of a level 3 Cavern World Master was released like waves, scattering the curved sword energy. Then, the black shadow stepped on the canyon and leaped up. He glared at Su Yu, but he was in a hurry and had no time to pay attention to Su Yu. Su Yu instantly realized that something was wrong. He immediately stuck an invisible talisman on his body and disappeared. As long as he did not touch him, he would not be discovered. Chirp! Almost at this moment, a shrill screech rushed out from the depths of the canyon. Whoosh! There was a sudden change in the air above the cliff, and a strange black bird with faces all over its body rushed out. There were 2 young men standing on the back of the strange bird. Su Yu even knew one of them. Hong Lei. Su Yu was surprised. At this time, Hong Lei was half a step in front of the young man in the posture of a follower. Although, with Hong Lei's cultivation, he did not deserve to be the young man's guard. Because the young man was an invincible level 2 Cavern World Master. They followed the black shadow closely. The level 2 young man's face was cold. He said coldly, "Little bitch, how dare you rob me of the stone dragon bone sword? You are really reckless." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The stone dragon bone sword? Su Yu's eyes turned. He did not intend to be nosy, especially when the opponent was the level 2 Cavern World Master. But just as Su Yu was about to leave, he suddenly froze and took out the compass. At this moment, the needle of the compass rotated violently, and then suddenly stopped. The fixed position was not somewhere else, but in the direction where the black shadow and the young man left. This. Su Yu's expression was slightly serious. According to Shui Yuntian, the compass was found in a mysterious space in the cave of 10,000 dragons. In that space, there was only the compass. This thing was definitely not ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu turned and chased after the black shadow. After chasing for a short while, Su Yu's brows sank. He stopped on the crown of a tree, ran his fingers through the leaves, and took out a translucent drop of divine blood. It was the divine blood of the black shadow. I wonder if it's too late. Su Yu followed the trail of blood, and soon came to a white dragon bone cemetery. The ground was full of abandoned dragon bones, scattered and messy. These were the dragon corpses that Jian Xian had excavated over the years. After taking out the dragon marrow, he abandoned them here. Over the years, the dragon bones were as numerous as the hair on a cow, forming an endless bone mountain. The dragon bones had not melted all year round, and the dragon power that they emitted formed a white mist barrier. In the mist, people could not even distinguish north from south, east, and west, let alone breath. The black shadow was hiding here. Obviously, he came prepared, Su Yu secretly analyzed. No matter how strong the enemy is, breaking into this place to catch him is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Looking at the compass in his hand, Su Yu's mouth curled into a faint smile. I wonder what the so-called stone dragon bone sword is, and why it has caused the compass to react. If one looked closely, he would find that the dragon barrier did not affect the needle of the compass at all. It pointed clearly and accurately in the direction of the black shadow, constantly changing its position as he moved. Chapter 1616. With a faint smile, Su Yu stepped into the miasma. Little bitch, if you come out now, I will spare your life. If I find you, you will die without a burial place. A faint clamor fell into his ears. Su Yu followed the compass and went straight to the depths. When he came in front of a huge divine dragon skeleton, Su Yu stopped. Sir, you don't have to hide, Su Yu said. You are seriously injured. I guess you don't want to fight to the death with me, right? He looked at the flowing divine blood under his feet. The other party's injury was not as simple as being injured. The blood was flowing non-stop. There was no movement in the skeleton. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he said, "Excuse me." With a flash, Su Yu stepped into the skeleton. As soon as his front foot entered, a sword light like a gorgeous cherry blossom shone head-on. Su Yu pulled out the beauty under the moon and used the demon moon revolving style to break up the opponent's sword light. The remaining arc-shaped sword energy rushed into the white miasma. With a soft groan, something fell to the ground. Su Yu stepped inside, and the airflow dispersed part of the miasma. He saw the situation in front of him clearly. A black-robed person with divine blood flowing from her abdomen was lying unconscious on the ground. Su Yu's sword energy only hurt her shoulder and knocked her out. The wound on her abdomen was fatal. What a domineering swordsmanship. Su Yu stared at the wound on her abdomen. He could see small milky white swords moving back and forth in the wound. Once the wound healed, the small swords would immediately cut it open again. No matter how strong the black-robed person's healing ability was, she could not resist the residual sword energy. Jian Xian's swordsmanship is good, Su Yu said to himself. Swish, swish. The faint flow of the miasma made a soft sound in Su Yu's ears. Someone was walking towards this place quickly. Without hesitation, Su Yu searched the black-robed person and immediately found a sword-shaped storage ring. It seemed that he was also a member of an island force. He probed it, and sure enough, he discovered a strange dragon bone. Its appearance was grey, as if it had been petrified. However, in the damaged corner, there was a white jade-like luster, like a woman's skin. At the same time, an amazing dragon power poured out from the white jade. The Sai Nan in Su Yu's hand was firmly locked onto the dragon bone. It was obvious that it was an extraordinary item. "I'm sorry, but I want this dragon bone," Su Yu said calmly, while he threw the sword-shaped storage ring back to him. He sensed that the air currents were speeding up. It was the young master of the sword chalet and Hong Lei approaching. His heart turned cold, and Su Yu immediately retreated along the path he had come from. Before he left, he glanced at the motionless black-robed man. After a slight hesitation, he pulled him over. "Forget it. I've taken your item and saved your life. We don't owe each other anything." To prevent his divine blood from dripping and leaving traces, Su Yu caught all the divine blood with the mortal fairy's strength. Then, he retracted his aura and left silently, not causing any changes in the miasma. A moment later, two figures descended upon this place. Young Master Jian Xian looked around with narrowed eyes. His eyes were extremely special. His eyeballs were pale white, but his pupils were sword-shaped. Hong Lei said, "Young Master, the commotion just now came from here. It can't be wrong. Did she escape in advance?" Young Master Jian Xian glanced at the pool of divine blood on the ground and said coldly, "How could she escape after being hit by my destructive sword energy?" Then she. Hong Lei also keenly noticed that the nearby miasma showed no signs of flowing, and there were no traces of divine blood dripping on the ground. Young Master Jian Xian's face was sullen, and he was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, someone saved her. That little B*TCH really had an accomplice, Hong Lei said fiercely. For the sake of this stone dragon bone sword, Master Jian Xian was trapped under the canyon by 10 intact dragon souls. If this sword was taken away, it would really be a gift to someone else. Young Master Jian Xian's face became even more sullen. The canyon created by this dragon claw was the core area of the dragon cave. There were tens of thousands of divine dragon remains inside. Some of the remains were so powerful that they gave birth to intact dragon souls. They were so powerful that they were comparable to overlords. Back then, Jian Ruxiong had entered rashly and was almost trapped by those dragon souls. He had to use all his strength to escape. When he went deeper, he was surprised to find that those dragon souls were guarding a petrified dragon bone. The last time he had found such a treasure guarded by a powerful dragon soul was when the stone sword was born. And the stone sword was very useful to Jian Xian. The swordsmanship released from it had created Jian Xian's current flourishing situation. Jian Xian knew very well that this was another shocking discovery. That petrified dragon bone was definitely an extremely important item. It was very likely not inferior to dragon bones. For this, Jian Xian had prepared for decades, expending large amounts of resources to refine 3 powerful talismans and 10 true Emperor-level divine weapons. The goal was to suppress those dragon souls. Everything went smoothly. Jian Ruxiong relied on the talismans and true Emperor-level divine weapons to successfully suppress the dragon souls. And thousands of people from Jian Xian fought with the remaining dragon souls in the canyon. The casualties were extremely tragic. Young Master Jian Xian's personal bodyguards escorted him to the bottom of the canyon to pull out the stone dragon bone sword. In the end, the bodyguards, which were all Third Heaven Cave Abode World Venerables, only had 2 or 3 people left. That was fine. After obtaining the stone dragon bone sword, everything they had sacrificed was not too late. But what made Jian Xian's young master furious was that just as he was about to succeed, a mysterious black figure suddenly attacked and snatched the stone dragon bone sword. How could he be willing to let it go? "Little bitch, you want to escape from my palm? In your dreams." Jian Xian's young master growled, his sword-shaped pupils suddenly enlarged. Sword light rushed out of his eyes, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the sword light went, the young master could see the situation. Su Yu, who was quickly leaving the miasma, felt something and looked back. A sword light came into view. The sword light also discovered Su Yu, and immediately hovered above his head, spinning rapidly. Oh no! Su Yu's heart sank. Without thinking, he took out the cloud sky ship and flew through the air. In a breath, Su Yu was hundreds of millions of miles away. The sword light could not catch up. With a turn, it flew back into the miasma. "Thief, where do you think you are going?" Soon, the miasma rolled, and the figure of the young master flew out. He stared in the direction where Su Yu had escaped, furious. "If I let you escape, I will write my name upside down." Heavenly Heart Sword Eyes. 2 drops of bright red blood flowed out of his sword-shaped pupils. The drops of blood scattered into millions of drops, each turning into millions of tiny sword shadows. They rushed in all directions, covering the entire cave of 10,000 dragons. Su Yu's expression changed rapidly as he escaped. This trip to the cave of 10,000 dragons might have to end, Su Yu thought. After encountering the young master of the Sword Pavilion, he might not have the time to return to the cave to search for the dragon marrow. "Sigh, how troublesome," Su Yu said with a frown. He had obtained the stone dragon bone sword, but lost the dragon marrow. He did not know if it was a loss or a gain. Looking at the wound of the black-robed man who was still unconscious, Su Yu said, "Although the sword energy is strong, it is only a remnant. It is not difficult to remove it." The beauty under the moon pulled out the sword, a mysterious sword will emanating from her palm. It was like specks of starlight streaking across the night sky, emitting a brilliant light. The 2 diametrically opposed sword energies collided and cancelled each other out. The remnant milky white sword energy was removed bit by bit. The sword energy dissipated, and the wound on the abdomen healed itself. Suddenly, the black-robed man moaned, and her consciousness gradually recovered. "Who are you?" The black-robed man opened his confused eyes and asked. That voice belonged to a woman. It was a voice that Su Yu was very familiar with. Su Yu had been wearing a mask when he entered the dragon cave, so the woman had never seen his true face. She did not recognize Su Yu, but Su Yu recognized her. It was Li Yu. Although they had only met briefly, Su Yu would never mistake her for someone else. It was indeed Li Yu. Why would she sneak into the dragon cave to snatch the stone dragon bone sword? Was it a coincidence, or was it premeditated? To prevent being exposed, Su Yu put her down on the cloud sky ship without a word and left alone. Li Yu was left behind. Suddenly, she rummaged through her sword-shaped storage ring, and her almond-shaped eyes froze. The stone dragon bone sword. She looked in Su Yu's direction. She was indifferent, but she was extremely vexed. "I have failed my mission." Swoosh, suddenly, a weak blood-red sword shadow attacked from the horizon. Li Yu looked up, her expression grave. Heavenly Heart Sword Eyes. She took off her dark clothes and entered the dense forest nearby, sticking close to the ground to escape from the blood sword. Not long after, Su Yu changed his clothes and hid in a cave. Taking out the stone dragon bone sword, Su Yu pondered. It will be troublesome to take this sword out. Before leaving the dragon cave, the people of the Sword Pavilion would definitely check the storage ring. How could it be easy to take such an important item without them knowing? After thinking for a while, Su Yu tried to refine it with his blood, but the stone dragon bone sword did not react. "Do I have to leave this sword here?" Su Yu was a little reluctant. But it would be extremely difficult to take it away. Just as he was worrying, Su Yu suddenly thought of the Sai Nan. He took it out and saw that the Sai Nan was vibrating continuously, and a faint red light was emitting from it. "Hey! Is there something strange about the inside of the Sai Nan?" He clenched his fist and crushed the Sai Nan. Suddenly, his palm was hit by an extremely hard object. When he opened his palm, he saw that it was a crystal-colored jade stone. "Is there something else in the Sai Nan?" Su Yu thought for a moment, then dripped his blood on the jade stone. The result was unexpected. The jade stone easily accepted him as its master. At the same time, there was a roar in Su Yu's mind, and a huge scene appeared in his mind. An incomparably huge mountain fell from nothingness into the sky above the sea. From the mountain, huge dragons flew out one after another, so huge that they blotted out the sky and the sun. Among them, tens of millions of dragons were chasing a giant red dragon. Su Yu recognized that dragon at a glance. It was the epoch-making dragon. They were fighting in the sky above the sea, and the law of heaven and earth descended. In just 3 days, the once bustling sea region had been reduced to a wasteland. Giant divine dragons fell into the sea one after another. One of the divine dragons with a crown on its head was smashed to pieces by the epoch-making dragon. Before the divine dragon with the crown died, it spat out the dragon pearl and threw a white dragon-shaped longsword into the sea. The scene stopped abruptly, and Su Yu's face was surprisingly calm. It seems I was right. The origin of the Cave of 10,000 Dragons really has something to do with the epoch-making dragon, Su Yu said coldly. I guess it's for the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll? He was increasingly convinced that the epoch-making dragon did not have good intentions in giving him the scripture. It was a scripture that had triggered the pursuit of tens of thousands of divine dragons. There was something wrong with giving it to an outsider to cultivate. Shaking his head, Su Yu extinguished the idea of cultivating the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll again. When he opened his eyes, his palm was empty. The crystal was gone. The stone dragon bone sword was also gone. Su Yu was shocked, but he immediately realized that there was an additional item in his mind. His soul moved, and he was shocked to find that the crystal was already in his soul. What surprised Su Yu even more was that the crystal was a space storage device. The stone dragon bone sword was lying quietly in it. Chapter 16-17. This is the first time I've heard of a storage device in the form of a soul. Su Yu studied it for a long time and was surprised to find that even souls from the outside could not detect its existence. Just like the divine nine-dragon cauldron, if it did not show itself, it would be difficult for outsiders to detect it. This discovery made Su Yu's heart tremble. He took out a starlight herb from the sword-shaped storage ring. He tried to put it into the crystal space, and the result was easy. The crystal space had already recognized Su Yu as its master. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he murmured, "So, everything I get from the Cave of 10,000 Dragons can be hidden in the crystal space without being detected by Genshin, including the stone dragon bone sword?" As Su Yu thought of this, the huge rock on his chest suddenly loosened, and his worries disappeared like smoke in the wind. "Ha, the heavens have not forsaken me." Su Yu could not help but laugh. Since he was not worried about the stone dragon bone sword being discovered, he was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at the stone dragon bone sword again. In the painting, the Dragon Emperor spat out the sword before he died. This showed that the sword was extraordinary. But why can't I refine it? Su Yu caressed the stone sword. Suddenly, he discovered a hole the size of a thumb on the hilt of the stone sword. It looked like something could be inserted into it. He suddenly remembered that in the painting, the Dragon Emperor spat out not only the stone dragon bone sword, but also the dragon pearl. The size of the dragon pearl was exactly the same as the hole in front of him. What about the dragon pearl? Su Yu asked in surprise. Suddenly, Su Yu thought of something and said in surprise, "Could the dragon pearl be there?" Swish. As Su Yu was thinking, a few breaths flew past his head. Looking up, Su Yu recognized them all. One of them was from the Murong family, and the other was from the Feather God clan. Tuoba Lun was among them. "Tuoba Lun, are you really going to kill us all?" The one who led them was an elder of the Murong family, Murong Jin, a level 3 cavern world master. They split into 2 teams to search for resources in the Cave of 10,000 Dragons, but unexpectedly encountered Tuoba Lun. Tuoba Lun did not say a word and immediately chased after them. Several of his clansmen died on the spot. They had the advantage in numbers. Murong Jin led his clansmen to escape and met up with the rest of the Murong family in Yin Mountain. "Humph. If you want to blame someone, blame that bitch Murong Ching Cheng. She dared to trick me," Tuoba Lun said with hatred. Murong Ching Cheng shielded Su Yu in front of everyone and rebuked him for being unreasonable, causing him to lose face in front of all the island forces. When he ran into someone from the Murong clan, how could Tuoba Lun have a good attitude? "Tuoba Lun, I advise you to think thrice before you act. If you really harm the vitality of my Murong family, Chimpage, swear you will not let you off," Murong Jin shouted fiercely. Before they departed, the clan master, Murong Feng, had already led the clan's powerhouses to Twin Star Island to reconcile with the Shui clan. The alliance between the 2 clans had been re-established. In other words, half of the Star Pavilion stood behind the Murong clan. Unfortunately, the news of Shui Yu becoming the Star Pavilion's appraiser hadn't spread out in time. As for Hong Lei, he didn't dare speak of the matter of him offending the Star Pavilion. Otherwise, the first person to kill him would be Jian Xian. Therefore, he kept his mouth shut about the fact that Su Yu had been personally invited by the Star Pavilion master to join the Star Pavilion. Hence, Tuoba Lun didn't know anything about it. He laughed angrily. That ant. If he dares to show his face in front of me, I'll kill him. Heaven's frost feather. As he spoke, the pure white wings on Tuoba Lun's back moved abruptly. With a trail of icy snowflakes, he flew past Murong Jin in an instant and blocked in front of them. The speed of the Murong clan slowed down abruptly. The Divine Feather clan caught up with them and attacked them from the front and back. Murong Jin clenched his teeth. We're being attacked from the front and back. If we keep running, we'll suffer even more casualties. Let's fight. I've already sent out an emergency message. Soon, another group of clansmen will rush over. Hang in there. Haha, that's if you can hang in there until then. Tuoba Lun laughed coldly. The pure white wings on his back shot out like tiny swords, piercing through the crowd of Murong clan members. All of a sudden, tragic screams could be heard. Several people were injured. A level 4 Cavern World senior, a middle-aged clansman, had his head pierced by a feather in order to protect a young man. He died on the spot. Murong Fong. Murong Jin roared sorrowfully like an enraged lion. His entire body was filled with godly power like a tsunami as he pounced towards Tuoba Lun alone. Tuoba Lun sneered coldly. Idiot. Suddenly, a grey shadow pierced through the ground. Like a venomous snake, it launched a fatal attack at the most opportune moment. The grey shadow held a dark green short sword and pierced it into Murong Jin's chest. Murong Jin was indeed an expert of the older generation. He had rich battle experience. Not only did he not panic, he calmly used his godly technique. Floating light shadow. His chest was actually strangely transparent, as if it was an illusion. The dark green short sword pierced through empty air. Murong Jin dodged the attack, but before he could react, he suffered a heavy and fierce palm strike from the back. The huge force penetrated his upper body, causing his entire body to crack and his internal organs to be damaged. At the same time, the grey shadow seized the opportunity and pierced the dark green short sword into Murong Jin's back. Poochie, an ice-cold sensation entered his body and quickly froze his life force. Dong, Murong Jin's body went limp and he fell to the ground. A cold, pale, dry hand grabbed the back of his neck from behind and pressed him to the ground, forcing him into a kneeling position. Enduring the intense pain, Murong Jin looked back, his pupils constricting slightly. Tuoba Ying. I should have known you were nearby. As the personal guard of the current young master Tuoba, how could you leave even half a step? If Su Yu was here, he would recognize the grey-robed elder as the elder who had accompanied Tuoba Lun into Murong Island. His cultivation had reached the peak of level 3 Cavern World Senior. Moreover, he had been at this level for hundreds of years. He was so powerful that even a level 2 Cavern World Senior might not be able to do anything to him. Haha, you were rude to the young master. Murong Jin, you should say goodbye to this head of yours, Tuoba Ying said calmly. Tuoba Lun laughed evilly. Uncle, don't be so rude. After all, he secretly supported me in marrying that woman, Murong Qingcheng. No matter what, we were once allies. He waved his hand to let go of Tuoba Ying. Severely injured, Murong Jin fell to the ground weakly. Tuoba Lun walked over and patted his cheek, chuckling. Seeing that you and I were once allies, I will give you a way out. Without Murong Jin, the remaining young people were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Say it. Murong Jin said weakly. Tuoba Lun stood up and brought the boot to his mouth. The corner of his mouth was filled with mockery. Lick it clean and I'll let one person go. Eat the boot and I'll let 2 people go. If I'm happy after eating it, I'll let all of you go. Ha ha. Murong Jin laughed weakly. His laughter was sarcastic and contemptuous. Tuoba Lun, where do you get the confidence that I will trust you? Even if I use my toes to think, I can tell that you won't keep your promise. A person like you, other than your family background, you have nothing. Wah! Before Murong Jin could finish, a large foot stepped on his face and pushed him into the mud. Tuoba Lun stepped on his face, his eyes cold and sinister. Since you know, I have no time to play with you. Go on your way. Whoosh. Suddenly, several meteors streaked across the sky and exploded into several balls of extremely resplendent fireballs. Tuoba Ying was shocked. He waved his sleeves and blocked 3 or 4 fireballs. He shouted, "Be careful, young master, there is a sneak attack." Chapter 16:18. He retreated, his snow-white feathers flying out once again to protect his front. Crap! A spark ignited the feathers, setting them ablaze. Tuoba Lun was shocked. Feather escape. When all the white feathers were burned, his body suddenly turned into a large mass of white feathers, and he teleported thousands of miles away, avoiding the fatal blow. However, there was still a trace of burning sensation on his face. A trace of blood slowly slid down his chiseled cheek. His heart palpitated. If he had hesitated just a little longer, it wouldn't just be his skin that was cut. He focused his gaze and saw a man in disguise standing where he had originally been standing. He wasn't guessing, but the disguise was too crude. He had only put on a black robe that covered him from head to toe. "Who are you?" Tuoba Lun stared at the long sword in the man's hand that was condensed from moonlight. The blade was dripping with divine blood. It was his divine blood. Thinking of the scene just now, Tuoba Lun shuddered and became extremely vigilant. Who I am is not important. What's important is to forgive and forget. We are all island forces, so why kill each other? The cave of 10,000 dragons is not over yet. The man in the black robe was undoubtedly Su Yu, who had attacked in a hurry. Tuoba Lun was slightly shocked. "You are also from the island forces?" He had never heard of such a dangerous person. "Yes. Can you give me some face and let them go?" Su Yu said. Tuoba Lun's heart wavered. If he could, he wouldn't want to be enemies with such a person. But he had always been conceited, so how could he bow his head to someone else? "Why should I give you?" Suddenly, Tuoba Ying stopped him and transmitted his voice into his ears. Tuoba Lun's expression changed again, from unwillingness, to helplessness, and finally to compromise. Putting away the white feathers, Tuoba Lun cupped his fists and said, "All right, I will give you some face." He stared at Murong Jin and snorted coldly. "Consider yourselves lucky to have met this brother." Murong Jin was surprised. Among the island forces, who would be willing to go against the third-ranked Feather God clan and help the tiny Murong family? "Thank you," Murong Jin said. Su Yu pulled him up and said, "Let's go, we can talk later." "Sir, please wait." Tuoba Lun's eyes flashed as he said. Su Yu turned his head, his eyes revealing a sharp glint. "What? Are you going back on your word?" "Me." Tuoba Lun's nostrils flared and he said haughtily, "A few mere pieces of trash aren't worthy for me, Tuoba Lun, to regret. I asked you to stay because I have a great opportunity to discuss with you," Tuoba Lun said. Su Yu smiled. If Tuoba Lun knew who he was talking to, would he still make the deal? "Opportunity? Why don't you tell me about it?" Tuoba Lun's eyes flickered as he stared at Su Yu and said, "Do you only see those starlight grasses?" "Oh." Su Yu was slightly surprised, and his eyes lit up as he asked, "What do you mean?" Tuoba Lun stared at Murong Jin and the others and said coldly, "If you want to be silenced, I don't mind doing it myself." Murong Jin knew that they had a secret to discuss, so he cupped his fists at Su Yu gratefully and led his people away. After confirming that there was no one around, Tuoba Lun said seriously, "Many years ago, we discovered an unknown divine dragon's remains. It is not in the area of the dragon cave, so you don't have to worry about the people of the Sword Loft discovering it. You can excavate to your heart's content." Tuoba Lun revealed something that made Su Yu's heart palpitate. Su Yu's pupils contracted. "Really?" Tuoba Lun proudly said, "Of course. Only me, Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji know about this, and now, you are the fourth." It was obvious that Su Yu's stunning sword had left a deep impression on Tuoba Lun, which was why he had invited Su Yu to participate. "Why did you choose me?" Su Yu squinted his eyes. Tuoba Lun said, "First, your strength is not bad. Secondly, I happen to need a helper, and you are the right person." Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy had always been at odds with Tuoba Lun. With the three of them working together to excavate the remains, it would be strange if Tuoba Lun did not have any misgivings. He needed a reliable candidate, but apart from Tuoba Ying, the only one who could compete with him was the mysterious black-robed man. Tuoba Lun threw out the bait. "You, me, and Tuoba Ying should be able to take half of the credit for the excavation. By then, we can get half of the dragon bones." I can promise a 3-3-4 split. You and Tuoba Ying will get 30%, and I will get 40%. After all, I was the one who told you the news, so I want an extra 10%. Suyu pondered for a long time. The divine dragon's remains that were not in the dragon cave were simply tailor-made for Suyu. If he could get enough dragon marrow, it might not be impossible to cleanse the remaining divine path. As long as he could become a divine path, Suyu could gradually unlock the space storage device, and his strength would recover greatly. All right. Suyu nodded in agreement. Tuoba Lun laughed heartily. Awesome. Let's go. I'll introduce you to Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji. At the border between the periphery and the dragon cave, a bare mountain covered in blood-red light stood on the horizon. Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy stood at the top of the mountain, looking at a map and gesticulating something, their brows furrowed in distress. Sensing Tuoba Lun's departure, Bai Hua Fairy scrunched up her nose, not caring about proper business, only chasing after Murong family's people. Do you even care about this at all? Suddenly, her big bright eyes noticed Suyu, and she immediately became vigilant, saying in a low voice, Tuoba Lun, why did you bring an outsider here? Tuoba Lun chuckled. He is a member of the Feather God clan, not an outsider. Feather God clan, him? I don't remember a guy in a black robe in the Feather God clan's team this time, Bai Hua Fairy said. Tuoba Lun was too lazy to explain. It's up to you whether you believe me or not, but if you reject him, don't regret it. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. If we don't have him, I'm afraid we won't be able to excavate the dragon bones this time. It wasn't just Bai Hua Fairy, even Lu Tianji was surprised. A mysterious aura emanated from Lu Tianji's body, faintly, the threads of fate were shaking slightly, as if he was divining something. Bai Hua Fairy laughed. Without him, we won't be able to find the dragon bones. Haha, I don't believe it. 100 flowers seeking sword. Bai Hua Fairy suddenly stepped forward. A field of colorful flower phantoms fell along with her figure. Tuoba Lun saw it, but not only did he not stop her, he even showed a mocking expression, as if he was watching a good show. Shit, the seemingly weak flower suddenly shot out countless small swords from its pistils. Each of them carried a different attribute. Some were intoxicated, some were poisoned, some were invisible, and there was even time. For a moment, Suyu thought he had met someone who was proficient in hundreds of magical powers. But upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. It was just a special kind of divine path. Pulling out the beauty under the moonlight, Suyu turned into a shooting star like a long sword. Dark Night Meteor Thrust. Suyu's afterimages appeared one after another, but in a breath's time, he had already stabbed out dozens of times. The tip of the sword left a brilliant trail in the air, like a falling meteor, extremely dazzling. The hundreds of flowers were destroyed by the sword. Then, a ray of sword light pierced through the broken flowers and touched the tip of Bai Hua Fairy's nose. Chapter 1619. Impressive swordsmanship, at least among the island forces, no one in the same generation can surpass you. Bai Hua Fairy looked at Suyu in surprise. Suyu retracted his sword, flicked a purple flower on his shoulder, and said, You're not bad yourself, your one flower one world attainment is also unparalleled, we can only be considered a draw. The purple flower that fell from Suyu's shoulder contained a faint trace of divine blood. On Suyu's shoulder, a trace of red slowly bloomed. One more step and it would be fatal. The two were tied. Of course, in a serious fight, Bai Hua Fairy would definitely win. Whether in terms of cultivation or years of training, Bai Hua Fairy would definitely beat Suyu. Being able to fight to a draw was partly because she underestimated Suyu. Lu Tianji frowned, and said, May I ask your name? I can't predict anything about you. As an outstanding person in the art of divination, Lu Tianji could easily divine anyone's good or bad luck. Although his fate was vague, it was traceable. Only Suyu, the result of his divination was a mess. It was as if there was something too powerful on Suyu that obstructed his divination. Suyu thought for a moment, and said, Suyu. Su surname. Lu Tianji, Bai Hua Fairy, and Tuoba Lun all thought at the same time. There were countless forces in the Gentian Ocean, but there was not a single one with the surname Su. Could it be a small force? Of course, he might be using a fake name, the three of them understood. Lu Tianji said, "All right, Brother Su, we are lacking a swordsman. If you want to join us, we welcome you." Bai Hua Fairy said, "The divine dragon remains here gave birth to a strong dragon soul, proficient in a swordsmanship passed down from the dragon race. It is very powerful. We have tried several times, but we could not resist that swordsmanship. If it is Brother Su, and we already have a swordsman, maybe it will work." After a pause, Bai Hua Fairy looked at Tuoba Lun. "You will take 40% of the treasures found. As for how to divide it, you can discuss among yourselves." Gently nodding, Su Yu said, "All right, let's not delay, let's go." Lu Tianji said, "Wait a moment, our swordsman has other matters to attend to and has not returned yet." Su Yu frowned slightly, then nodded and sat down cross-legged to train. Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy looked at each other, constantly exchanging glances and sending their voices. Where did Tuoba Lun find such a sword expert? That kind of sharp swordsmanship, other than the sword gable, no other force has grasped it. Bai Hua Fairy's voice sounded very serious. Lu Tianji said, "He's not from the sword pavilion, but he's also not from the island. I've divined his background." "What? Then why did you say just now that you can't see anything?" Bai Hua Fairy was surprised. Lu Tianji said indifferently, "Of course it's to not make him wary, but I'm not really lying. My divination of him is indeed a mess. I've never seen anyone whose fate and fortune are so complicated." At this point, Lu Tianji's brows furrowed slightly. "I only managed to catch a glimpse of his background, but he is actually not a member of our sword pavilion." "What?" Bai Hua Fairy was shocked. "Could it be that he's the same as us? Also, more or less, they should be of the same status as us," Lu Tianji said leisurely. Bai Hua Fairy looked worried. "Sigh, Tuoba Lun really found a troublesome person. If the two of them work together to cause trouble, even you and I will have to be careful." He, Tuoba Lun wouldn't dare to cause trouble, but the one with the surname Su, you really have to be careful of Tuoba Lun. From what I know of Tuoba Lun, he is not someone who would easily give up on his own interests. Lu Tianji smiled and shook his head. Bai Hua Fairy thought for a bit, then said, "That's true, that idiot, he couldn't cooperate with anyone but Tuoba Lun. Mph, he will regret it one day." A few days later, a sharp sword energy flew across the sky and arrived at this blood mountain. Bai Hua Fairy smiled and rushed forward, giving the other a big hug. "Hey, Xiao Yu is finally here." Su Yu looked up and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The so-called sword expert was a woman dressed in black. Although she was masked, wasn't she the Li Yu that Su Yu saved from the hands of the Sword Pavilion's young master not long ago? Why was Li Yu together with Lu Tianji and the others? Why did she enter the dragon cave alone and steal the stone dragon bone sword? Her actions were completely inconsistent with her identity as a member of the Li family. Li Yu lightly pushed Bai Hua Fairy away, stared at Su Yu and coldly asked, "Who is he?" He, it's a swordsman. He's with you to fight against that dragon soul." Bai Hua Fairy smiled and said. Li Yu asked, "Have you tested it?" "Yes, his sword technique is mysterious, comparable to your Song of the Blue Heart sword," Bai Hua Fairy said. Li Yu didn't question it and said, "Very well." Then, she retracted her gaze and didn't say a word. Lu Tianji smiled. "Sister Yu, did you complete the mission?" Hearing that, Li Yu shook her head and sighed. "I failed on the verge of success. The Sword Pavilion's young master was too strong. I was hit by his destructive sword energy and was saved by someone. But the mission item that I snatched was also taken away by the person who saved me." Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy both sighed. "Sigh. What a pity." Li Yu looked up. "Don't worry, although I failed the mission, I will continue to keep my promise. You have given me detailed information about the dragon cave in the canyon. In return, I will help you deal with the soul of this divine dragon. Let's go." She was here to act as a free helper. Mission. Su Yu's gaze wavered slightly. The remains of the divine dragon they were talking about were at the foot of the blood mountain. This blood mountain was formed by the blood essence left behind by a divine dragon. Countless years had passed, the essence of the blood essence had long lost its essence, but the remnant dragon energy had concealed the remains of the divine dragon beneath the blood essence. The people of the Sword Pavilion had passed by this place many times, but had ignored it and never carefully excavated it. That was the benefit of Lu Tianji and the others. They had already opened up a passage to the Blood Mountain, and Suyu followed them straight to the foot of the mountain. There was another world at the foot of the mountain, a broken space that had been shattered by the creation force had survived until now. Because of the power of law, this broken space had never been repaired and remained in its original state. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the broken space looked like a claw mark left behind by a giant dragon claw. Everything around it had turned into nothingness, only the space between the palm and the 4 dragon fingers remained intact. And they were located outside the palm mark. Through the dragon fingers, they could enter the palm. And in the palm, there was a giant divine dragon that had been smashed into pieces. The flesh and blood of the dragon's body had decayed, leaving only white dragon bones. From the cross-section, drops of crystal-clear dragon marrow could clearly be seen rolling in the spinal cord. Suyu's heart thumped. The size of this divine dragon was much larger than the one in the altar on the Twin Star Island. Even if it could reach 50%, it could still break through the remaining 1,000 divine path. However, under the dragon bones sat a white-robed middle-aged man. He had a pair of sharp yellow dragon horns on his head and wore a yellow robe. He sat in front of a bone table made of dragon bones, playing chess by himself. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. A soul with a physical form? Lu Tianji, Bai Hua Fairy, and Tuoba Lun all had solemn expressions. Their expressions indicated the identity of the soul. The dragon soul. For a soul to still have a physical form after so many years of death, its strength was not to be underestimated. The dragon soul sensed something, put down the chess piece in its hand, and turned to look at them. "You guys are here again." Lu Tianji cupped his fists and said, "Elder, since you have fallen, why don't you leave your legacy for us future generations? Isn't it a pity to bury it under the soil?" The dragon soul stood up, and with a suction force from its palm, a 7-foot-long sword made of white bones emerged from the ground. He pointed at Lu Tianji from afar and said indifferently, "I was formed from the obsession of the original body before its death. Whoever can defeat this remnant soul will be qualified to obtain the relic. You can only obtain it through action, words cannot convince me." Lu Tianji said, "Then, please excuse me." He shook his sleeve, and a silver scroll flew out, covered with floating lines of various colors. "Khan Gate Lord Zun, South Gate Lord Ji." Lu Tianji moved his finger, and the floating lines on the scroll immediately danced up and down. Bai Hua Fairy leapt up, and took the southernmost dragon finger. "You run fast." Tuoba Lun could not take the south side in time, and could only take the middle dragon finger. Li Yu randomly chose the northernmost dragon finger. Suyu had no choice, and entered the dragon finger near Li Yu. The 4 of them each took a dragon finger, and surrounded the dragon soul from 4 directions. The dragon soul indifferently held the sword, and let out a long sigh. "A lonely soul and white bones have been alone for 10,000 years, 1 sword and 1 chess piece, the world's plan. Yellow heavenly dragon sword technique, first style, green heavenly sword." Lu Tianji's eyes released a mysterious aura, quickly moving the lines on the scroll, and said, "Inauspicious star northward, Sister Yu, retreat." As soon as he finished, the dragon soul struck with his sword. Creak, the terrifying sword chi directly covered the dragon finger on the north side. The already fragile space between the dragon fingers was cracked by the sword energy, like a thin layer of ice that was about to shatter. Suyu's pupils shrank. The dragon soul did not have a cultivation base, and relied entirely on its powerful sword techniques. The power of that sword was comparable to Suyu's sword at its peak. How could Lu Tianji and the others defeat such a terrifying sword technique? Fortunately, Li Yu retreated in time, and avoided the disaster. But Bai Hua Fairy and Tuoba Lun took the opportunity to jump into the center of the palm, and attacked the dragon soul. 100 Flowers Sword. Icy Snow Feather. The dragon soul was attacked, and its body dimmed a little. It was strong, but as a soul, it was also very weak. Yellow Heavenly Dragon Sword Technique, second style, Heavenly Sword. Crash, a tiny sword energy visible to the naked eye, like the first ray of light since the beginning of the world, swept across the chaotic universe. Seeing this, Suyu's heart trembled. How similar was this style to the Cosmos Sword formation of the Demon Sword Emperor? The difference was that it was a little more powerful than when Suyu used it. Even the overlord-level creatures of the Star River might not be able to withstand this sword. Lu Tianji's brows were solemn, his hands moving quickly, and he quickly shouted, "Evil Master Shuangtian, retreat quickly." Bai Hua Fairy slipped away. Although Tuoba Lun's reaction was a little slower, he had the upper hand in terms of speed, and returned to the outside of the palm before Bai Hua Fairy. Ouch! Bai Hua Fairy's buttocks were swept by the remnant sword energy, and she immediately covered her buttocks, crying out. Of the 4 dragon fingers, only Su Yu was still there. He was not attacked by the sword energy, and took the opportunity to fly towards the dragon soul, his eyes sharp. Dark Night Meteor. Using his fingers as a sword, he stabbed out repeatedly, creating several sparks in the air, and with a puff, the sparks were ignited. The body of the dragon soul was hit dozens of times, and its body became more transparent by more than 30%. In terms of effect, it was comparable to Tuoba Lun and Bai Hua Fairy combined. Everyone was delighted, but Li Yu frowned. Why not use a sword? Su Yu's mouth twitched. How could he dare to use beauty under the moonlight? Wouldn't that expose his identity? At that moment, Lu Tianji hurriedly shouted, "The ominous light is in the sky, the 4 paths are destroyed, everyone retreat from the dragon fingers, the most dangerous sword is coming." This dragon soul was very strange. After every sword attack, it could not defeat him, and all the damage it had caused before was erased. With a new attitude, it continued to wait for challenges, and became stronger and stronger, until it defeated everyone. Because of this, they could not defeat the dragon soul, because they could not withstand the 3rd sword. Su Yu had heard about this on the way. At this moment, he did not retreat, but spoke the dragon language, and performed a simple seal. His index and middle fingers, which were the sword fingers, were surrounded by milky white aura. It was the dragon power. The sword fingers were stained with the dragon power, and Su Yu pointed again, Dark Night Meteor Thrust. Puff, puff, puff. A shocking scene appeared. It was the same move, but the damage suffered by the dragon soul was 2 orders of magnitude higher. The former weakened the dragon soul by 30%, but this finger actually weakened the dragon soul by 90%. As for the other party, he had already unleashed his most dangerous sword move. Yellow Heavenly Dragon Sword Technique, 3rd style, Yellow Heavenly Sword. The heavenly sky had died, the yellow heavenly sword would rise. After the heavenly sword was an even stronger style, the yellow heavenly sword. At that moment, Su Yu could almost hear his own heartbeat. He had not performed the sword technique, but he had a premonition of his own death. Not only would his body perish, but his soul would also perish. Bang, bang, the great danger caused Su Yu's soul to tremble violently, affecting the crystalline soul space. The silent stone dragon bone sword suddenly flew up on its own, landing in Su Yu's palm. Su Yu felt something strange in his hand, and before he could think about what it was, he stabbed with the sword, Dark Night Meteor Thrust. Bang, a powerful piercing sound exploded in everyone's ears, causing their ears to ring. What shocked them even more was that the dragon soul that had raised the sword had its body pierced by a powerful dragon-shaped sword energy, instantly dispersing into nothingness. Looking at Su Yu's palm, he was holding a strangely shaped stone dragon bone. The corner of the bone was a white dragon bone, emitting a suffocating dragon energy. It was this strange stone dragon bone that had destroyed the dragon soul. Su Yu's heart still palpitated. Lowering his head to look, Su Yu was shocked and immediately realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. A cold gaze had already locked onto him. "It's you." Li Yu flew over, both angry and grateful. Su Yu had still been discovered. In front of Li Yu, he kept the stone dragon bone into his sword-shaped storage ring. "You." Li Yu was a little angry, but she wanted to laugh. "Don't you want to explain?" Su Yu said. "Explain what?" "May I ask where this dragon bone came from?" Li Yu asked. "I picked it up," Su Yu said calmly. Li Yu pulled out her jade green sword, staring at Su Yu. "Must I use my sword?" Su Yu turned his head, calmly saying, "You have to be stronger than me." Hearing this, Li Yu realized that the dragon bone, combined with Su Yu's sword techniques, could destroy the dragon soul in one strike. She had no chance of winning. Her words reminded the crowd. The dragon soul had been destroyed. How were the treasures going to be distributed? Everyone's gaze turned to the dragon bone in the center of the palm, and they all pounced towards it. Suyu also pounced. Chapter 1620. He leaped onto the dragon god's skeleton. There were a total of 5 dragon bones, and Suyu grabbed the one in the middle. This section of the dragon's spine was the longest and the most complete. The dragon marrow it emitted was also the richest. Without hesitation, he grabbed it in his palm. Suyu, what are you doing? Didn't you say we would split it according to the rules? Baihua Fairy yelled and leapt onto the dragon skeleton. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the dragon bone in the middle was the best. Then, Tuoba Lun, Lu Tianji, and Li Yu arrived one after another. They each took a piece of dragon skeleton, staring daggers at each other. The excavation results of the dragon skeleton were the most important part, how to split it. Suyu, according to the agreement, we will split it 3-3. Baihua Fairy said, you are breaking the rules by taking it by force now. Suyu shrugged, not letting go of the dragon skeleton. Just now, I think you jumped on me too, but I was one step closer. Baihua Fairy snorted and tried to change the topic. Anyway, the dragon soul has been destroyed, everything will be distributed according to the agreement. Lu Tianji and I will each get 30%, the two of you will each get 20%. Haha, ridiculous. Tuoba Lun laughed mockingly, why do you each get 30%, while the two of us can only get 40%? Baihua Fairy said, that was the agreement. Page. Then did we agree that Suyu would only destroy the dragon soul by himself? Tuoba Lun laughed mockingly, destroying the dragon soul was all Suyu's credit. Where did you get the thick skin to divide it according to the agreement? His words made Baihua Fairy's face flush. Indeed, it was almost because of Suyu's last strike that the sword soul was destroyed. At that time, she, Tuoba Lun, Li Yu, and the others had all retreated from the area where the palm was, and it was Suyu who destroyed the dragon soul by himself. In terms of credit, Suyu took all the credit. Baihua Fairy asked, what about you? Isn't it the same? What did you do? Tuoba Lun laughed mysteriously, haha, I really didn't do anything, so I suggest that more than 90% of the dragon bones be given to Suyu. As soon as he said that, both Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy scowled. Of course, Tuoba Lun wasn't so kind as to fight for Suyu's benefits. He wanted to put most of the dragon bones under Suyu's name, then use the agreement between him and Suyu to get half of them. Tuoba Lun, I admit that Suyu has made a great contribution, but if he takes away most of the resources just like that, wouldn't our years of hard work be for naught? Baihua Fairy said unwillingly. Tuoba Lun leisurely shook his head, that's why, I left you 10%. Only 10%. That was not even enough money for hard work. Lu Tianji pondered for a while, then said, plans cannot keep up with changes. Brother Su killed the dragon soul alone. If we continue to follow the previous agreement, it would indeed be unfair. However, if we were to give you the majority of the dragon bones, it would also be unfair to us. From discovering this place to planning and preparing, we have spent a great deal of effort and paid a great price. How about this, Baihua Fairy, Tuoba Lun and I will each get 20%, while Brother Su gets 40%. Lu Tianji suggested. Tuoba Lun raised his brows and refused to agree, but Suyu had already agreed. Sure. If they really couldn't reach an agreement, the two sides would definitely fight. If Lu Tianji, Baihua Fairy and Li Yu joined forces, Suyu and Tuoba Lun would not be able to contend against them. Being able to monopolize 40% was not bad at all. Suyu did not hesitate and chose 2 pieces of dragon bones, including the best one. Lu Tianji and the other 2 each took a piece. Just like that, the distribution of the Dragon Cave ruins was complete. This trip is over, let's part ways here. Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy both looked at Suyu, their expressions complicated. They secretly exchanged glances with each other, both of them feeling sorry for Suyu. Cooperating with Tuoba Lun would probably not end well for him. After they left, Tuoba Lun would definitely bare his fangs. Wait. However, Tuoba Lun took a step forward and blocked their way. Baihua Fairy squinted her eyes. What's the matter? Tuoba Lun laughed mockingly. Nothing much, just a little dissatisfied with the distribution of the dragon bones. Brother Tuoba, The distribution between us has been completed as agreed. What's left is between you and Brother Su. Why are you blocking our way? Lu Tianji asked calmly. Humph. Lu Tianji, oh Lu Tianji, you have incredible foresight. Why don't you try divination and see what my intention is? Tuoba Lun's mocking smile deepened. Hearing that, Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji's expressions darkened. Could it be that Tuoba Lun not only dared to attack Su Yu, but also them? Uncle, is everything ready? Tuoba Lun lightly shouted as he retreated from one of the dragon fingers back to the edge. Swish, a grey shadow appeared, holding 4 snow-white jade talismans in his hands. On each of the 4 dragon fingers, there was an additional jade talisman. The grey shadow crushed the 3 talismans in his palm, and correspondingly, the talismans on the 3 dragon fingers also immediately bursting out an astonishing power, completely shattering the originally fragile dragon fingers, leaving behind a dangerous void space. In the blink of an eye, 3 dragon fingers were destroyed, leaving only one that led to the outside world. If this one was also destroyed, they would be trapped in the palm of the dragon's claws forever. Stop. If anyone dares to try to force their way in, immediately destroy the last remaining dragon finger so that you will never be able to come out. Tuoba Lun's ferocious face was revealed as he shouted fiercely. Bai Hua Fairy was trembling with anger. Even in her dreams, she never thought that Tuoba Lun would dare to attack them. Lu Tianji calmly asked, Tuoba Lun, what do you want? Tuoba Lun laughed. Do you still need to ask? Of course it's the dragon bones. And everything that you have obtained in the cave of 10,000 dragons. His greedy eyes scanned through everyone's sword-shaped storage rings, unable to contain his excitement. Bai Hua Fairy angrily said, Tuoba Lun, aren't you afraid? Lu Tianji and I both died in the cave of 10,000 dragons, only you returned alive. Do you think the Bai Hua family and the Lu family will let this go? If you don't want to cause more trouble, immediately. Humph. I only need to tell your families that when you were excavating the dragon cave, you were discovered by Jian Xian's people. The 2 of you couldn't escape in time and died in their hands. Do you think your families have the guts to ask Jian Xian about the truth? Tuoba Lun recklessly laughed. Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji's faces darkened. The answer was clear, they wouldn't. The Bai Hua family and the Lu family would never dare to admit that they were plotting against the dragon cave. If you want to live, there is only one way. Tuoba Lun licked his lips, his face full of confidence. The 4 of you, give me all your sword-shaped storage rings, and I will consider letting you go. The 4 of them didn't look any better. Even if they gave the sword-shaped storage rings to Tuoba Lun, he still wouldn't keep his promise and let them go. But did they have a choice? Lu Tianji took off the storage rings and threw them on the dragon's finger, saying, Tuoba Lun, think twice before you act. Bai Hua Fairy also took off the storage rings and threw them on the dragon's finger. Li Yu and Su Yu did the same, both choosing to obey. Xiao, the grey shadow, flew over, waved his sleeves, and took away all 4 sword-shaped storage rings. Seeing this, Tuoba Lun grinned hideously. Unfortunately, I have thought it through, and I will never let you go. Pop, the grey shadow crushed the last jade talisman, and the dragon's finger exploded. Just like that, the last remaining space that connected the outside world turned into nothingness. Tuoba Lun. Bai Hua Fairy gritted her teeth, making a creaking sound. Lu Tianji heaved a long sigh, helplessly closing his eyes. The result was as expected. Ha ha ha, Lu Tianji, Bai Hua Fairy, the dragon cave that you spent so much time and effort to excavate will all belong to me. Tuoba Lun held the 4 sword-shaped storage rings in his hands, extremely excited. Just the marrow of this divine dragon can help me break through to the hidden gate of the Level 2 Cavern World Senior. Not to mention, there are many good treasures in these 4 storage rings. He took out one of Su Yu's, and sneered, You didn't expect this, did you? The petrifying dragon bone that you hid will eventually belong to me. His arrogant attitude made Bai Hua Fairy's teeth itch, but she couldn't do anything about it. But Su Yu himself was silent. Tuoba Lun laughed mockingly. Your things, I will take them all. He opened Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy's storage rings one by one, and took out the items inside. Starlight grass, spiritual objects of the world, all kinds of rare materials, and of course, the most precious dragon bone, were all taken out one by one and transferred into Tuoba Lun's storage ring. When he finally opened Su Yu's storage ring, he chuckled. I wonder what other good stuff you have besides the 2 pieces of dragon bones and the petrified dragon bones. It's a pity that they have all gone to me, Tuoba Lun. However, when he scanned with his soul, he couldn't help but stiffen on the spot. After a while, he came back to his senses and stuttered, "Where are the things? Where are the things inside?" The sword-shaped storage ring was empty, not even a blade of grass. As for the so-called stone dragon bone sword and the 2 dragon bones, they were nowhere to be seen. Tuoba Lun raised his stiff face and shouted in a stern voice, "Where are the things? I clearly saw you put the petrifying dragon bone and the remains into the storage ring. In the cave of 10,000 dragons, other space storage devices were restricted and could not be opened. Only Jian Xian's special sword-shaped storage device could be opened in the cave of 10,000 dragons. Su Yu could not have hidden it in his personal storage device. But, in the sword-shaped storage device, not only did it not contain those 2 items, there was nothing else." Hearing that, Su Yu raised his eyes and said indifferently, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I took a sword-shaped storage device from the Murong tribesman you killed, so I actually have 2 of them." He flipped his palm and took out another sword-shaped storage device. "The things you mentioned are all in here, but unfortunately, before I could throw them out, you blew up the bridge, so now I can't give them to you even if I wanted to." Sigh. Everyone was shocked. Su Yu had held back. Tuoba Lun was furious. "You tricked me?" Chapter 1621. Tuoba Lun clenched his fists and stared at Su Yu, his face full of murderous intent. "I should have killed you. Unfortunately, you didn't." Su Yu shrugged and teased, "Why don't brother Tuoba come over and kill me?" Ha ha ha. Bai Hua Fairy was laughing so hard that she was rocking back and forth. Her previous anger had been swept away. Tuoba Lun's blood rushed to his head, his whole body trembling. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Su, you will be trapped on this island forever, until you die." He flicked his sleeves and left the Blood Mountain with the grey shadow, sealing the secret passage in the Blood Mountain. That way, no one in the world would know that there was a hidden dragon cave under the Blood Mountain. No one would know that there were 4 people trapped in the dragon cave. When Tuoba Lun left, Bai Hua Fairy stopped laughing, her face gradually became solemn. This place had become an isolated island, to be trapped here forever. How could she not be solemn? Li Yu calmly examined the area around the palm print, then shook her head. "There is no way out, it is all nothingness nearby. Unless you have an emperor-level body, you will not be able to climb back up if you fall in there, there is no exception." It was different from the nothingness in the stomach of the Dao Tai. The nothingness of the absolute beginning realm was true nothingness, no life, no death. Once you fall in there, it would be difficult to return until you were crushed into dust by time, becoming a part of the nothingness. Now, they were really trapped. Even if someone from the outside world came to their rescue, they would not be able to help. Lu Tianji took out a silver scroll, his hands moving like a phantom, quickly divining their fate. Bai Hua Fairy and Li Yu both looked at him. The only hope was Lu Tianji. If he could find a way out, death on all sides, a hopeless situation. Lu Tianji put down the silver scroll, sighing dejectedly. In the divination, their fate was to be trapped here forever. No matter where they went, there was no hope. Even Lu Tianji was helpless. Bai Hua Fairy's eyes dimmed, sitting on the ground in exhaustion. Li Yu was also speechless. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with sorrow. No one knew what she was thinking. When they were hopeless, Su Yu got up and went to the divine dragon's remains. After the battle with the dragon soul, the surroundings were all ruins. He walked and stopped, looking around. Until the very last moment, Su Yu would never believe in the so-called destiny. Unfortunately, when the divine dragon was buried here, he did not have time to leave behind more relics. Apart from his remains and remnant soul, there was almost nothing else. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, a bright spark flashed in the depths of Su Yu's mind. Remnant soul. The existence of a remnant soul must be sustained by some kind of power, right? That divine dragon's remnant soul had survived until now. There must be something that continuously provided him with energy. Furthermore, every time the remnant soul was injured, it could instantly recover. It would be strange if there was no such thing. Su Yu shook his sleeves and sent a large piece of the ruins flying. His eyes were like lightning as he searched through the ruins. His strange actions made Bai Hua Fairy a bit curious, but to them who were already dead, it didn't interest them at all. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, a faint chuckle fell into everyone's ears. Finally found it. When the crowd looked over, they saw Su Yu holding a chessboard in his hand. They all recognized the chessboard. It was the chessboard that the Dragon Soul had played when they arrived. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Tianji sensed something and took out the silver scroll again. The messy lines on it automatically changed. Sword pointing at the sky. Lu Tianji said in surprise, unbelievable. The sword pointing at the sky has the intention of defying heaven and changing fate. Only the world's great evil, and great rebellious people can display such a divination. But all of them are infamous villains, if it's Su Yu. A mere 4th realm mortal fairy, how could he be that kind of existence? But no matter what, fate had indeed changed because of Su Yu's relentless digging. Everyone quickly gathered around and carefully examined the chessboard. Su Yu, did you find anything? Bai Hua Fairy was overwhelmed with emotions, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving rope. She asked nervously. Su Yu nodded. I found something. He looked at the chessboard. It was a game in progress. It was Bai Fang's turn to make a move. Su Yu tapped casually, and a white chess piece landed on the board. In an instant, a soft sigh that made their hair stand on end came from behind them. Sigh, you guys still found it. Turning around, they saw an elegant figure in white standing in front of them. It was none other than the Dragon Soul that had been defeated. It was not dead. Bai Hua Fairy, Li Yu, and Lu Tianji felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They could not help but feel fearful as they recalled his terrifying sword moves. Don't worry, since you have started the game, you have accepted my second test. The Dragon Soul had no intention of attacking. Bai Hua Fairy said, test. But in our current situation, so what if we pass the test? The Dragon Soul said, don't worry, I have left a great path rules in the game, enough to send you out of this place. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Su Yu's eyes flickered. The test you speak of, what exactly is it? The Dragon Soul pointed to the chessboard. Of course, it's a game of chess. He casually drew out a few whiffs of dragon energy and condensed them into a stone table and a stone chair. As he invited Su Yu and the others to take a seat, he explained, this chess game is a dead end. Even though the white side has the majority of the pieces, in the end, the black side will win because the black side is too strong. Listening to his explanation, Su Yu could not help but imagine the scene of many divine dragons besieging the epoch-making dragon, only to be slaughtered by the epoch-making dragon. Before I died, my obsession was not extinguished, hoping to find a way to break the game. Unfortunately, I have painstakingly studied it for countless years, only to be defeated again and again. At most, it can only be a draw. If you can let the white side win one game, I can activate the power of the great path rules in the game and send you out. At the same time, you can also practice the yellow dragon sword technique. Hearing this, everyone was excited. The Dragon Soul's 3 sword techniques were infinitely powerful, how could they not desire it? Let me try. Bai Hua Fairy was the most agile. Sitting on the white side, she immediately placed herself on the chessboard, thinking of countermeasures. She was smart and nimble, and made a few clever moves, which made the Dragon Soul show a look of approval. However, after just 10 steps, Bai Hua Fairy was already swept away by the powerful black pieces and was instantly defeated. The Dragon Soul shook its head regretfully. Not yet. Let me try too. Li Yu stepped up. As calm and collected as she was on the white side, she displayed an unexpectedly fierce aura. The white side attacked fiercely, easily wiping out a large number of black pieces, like a hot knife through butter. The Dragon Soul's eyes lit up slightly, but soon after, when the powerful black pieces destroyed all the advantages of the white pieces, it dimmed again. Not bad. But, let me try. Lu Tianji's face was brimming with confidence. As someone who achieved his path through divination, he was best at the art of flexibility. And the art of chess was precisely the art of flexibility. As soon as he started, He immediately displayed a completely different temperament from the previous two, neither fast nor slow, calm and unruffled. From the arrangement of the white pieces to the formation, there was nothing that was not mysterious. The dragon soul's face showed a hint of anticipation, and even a slight nervousness could be seen. After the arrangements were made, the black and white sides quickly clashed. From the beginning, the white pieces were at an absolute advantage. With all kinds of advantageous arrangements, they immediately defeated the black pieces. At the same time, the white pieces were ever-changing, and once they were attacked, they were flexible and varied, minimizing casualties. This went on for a full 6 hours. The excitement in the dragon soul's eyes became more and more intense. He would only occasionally be like this in a protracted battle like this. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Tianji was likely to achieve a draw, or even victory. The most crucial moment is here. The dragon soul stared at the king-like black piece in the center. As soon as the black pieces made their move, a large number of white pieces were unsurprisingly killed. However, Lu Tianji did not lose because of this, but was prepared for the second wave of siege. Unfortunately, the black pieces were too strong, and once again wiped out a large number. The white pieces were not obstructed by the ordinary black pieces, and continuously created new white pieces, preparing for the third wave of siege. In this way, the black pieces in the center kept wiping out the white pieces. But the white pieces kept increasing. The two sides were in a stalemate, evenly matched. Lu Tianji's palm shook, and a trace of blood flowed down from his wrist. He tiredly spat out 2 words, a draw. The dragon soul's scorching light instantly dimmed. He forced a smile and comforted, "Young man, it is not easy to use divination to this extent." "Not bad." Lu Tianji smiled bitterly. If he could not do it, it seemed that their fates had not been completely reversed, and it was still a dead end. "Looks like I am the only one left." Su Yu walked over and sat calmly in front of the chessboard. The dragon soul said, "Let's begin." Su Yu nodded and began to play chess. He placed the pieces extremely quickly, almost without any thought, and continuously placed the pieces. The dragon soul frowned slightly. To be honest, he had the highest expectations for Su Yu. Because Su Yu was the only one who had withstood the 3 strokes of the yellow dragon sword technique. But in terms of chess, the dragon soul could see that Su Yu's techniques were rusty, and he was not good at chess. The chess moves he made were also immature, without any order to speak of. Most importantly, he had a casual attitude. He was a little displeased and reminded, "This is where my obsession lies. If you have any respect, please play seriously." But at this moment, Su Yu seemed to be in a meditative state, minding his own business as he quickly placed the pieces. The dragon soul was a little angry, and said, "Young man, your companion has lost his chance. If you continue like this, don't blame me for disqualifying you." Su Yu continued to do as he pleased, as if he could not hear the voices of the outside world. Bai Hua Fairy wrinkled her nose. "What is this guy doing? Even though I did not pin my hopes on him, he shouldn't be taking it so lightly, right? Even though I know a little about chess, I can see that he knows nothing about chess." At first, Lu Tianji thought that Su Yu's seemingly chaotic layout might have some order to it, but after watching for a while, he could not help but sigh and shake his head. Li Yu, on the other hand, stared at the chessboard, lost in thought. That person's eyes when he was focused reminded her of someone. "Enough." The dragon soul was slightly angry, and stood up. "Your qualification for the test has been disqualified, leave the chessboard." But Su Yu was still sitting in front of the chessboard. But at this moment, he finally stopped, and looked up with a questioning look. "What did you say just now?" The dragon soul laughed in anger, too lazy to care, and kept the chessboard. Chapter 1622. The seemingly scattered white pieces, at that moment, as the last white piece landed, revealed a mysterious situation. The disorderly white pieces were stacked layer upon layer, interspersing the entire chess game. They did not attack the black pieces fiercely like Li Yu, nor were they as cautious as Lu Tianji, but they were scattered all over the place. When the black and white pieces fought head-on, the unexpected change caused the dragon soul to be extremely shocked. The white pieces did not immediately kill the black pieces, and some of them were even killed by the black pieces. But the scattered white pieces seemed to be pulled up by a thread, constantly shrinking. And the white pieces that were killed seemed to have been deliberately arranged in half. After they were killed, it was even more beneficial for the white pieces to shrink as a whole. The dragon soul's eyes shone brightly as he stared unblinkingly at the chessboard. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Every single one of the chess pieces has a mystery to it. There are 320 white chess pieces on the board, but not a single one is extra." He had played chess for countless years, but had never played such a mysterious chess game. The seemingly messy white chess pieces actually contained the power to reverse heaven and earth. Not long after, a shocking scene appeared. The white pieces contracted as a whole, forcing all the black pieces into a corner, making them unable to move. The powerful central black piece moved left and right, wanting to rush out again, but it was blocked by its own black pieces everywhere, unable to leave. Just like that, the central black piece and the ordinary black pieces were forced to the corner. Without a doubt, the final victor was the white side. Su Yu said calmly, "There is no enemy without a weakness in the world, and the central black piece is the same. It can only attack the white pieces and cannot attack the black pieces. This is the chess game's rule, and it is also the central black piece's only weakness. If that is the case, why not make use of the black pieces?" The dragon soul seemed to have awakened from a dream, murmuring, "Defeating the enemy. I have played chess for countless years, but I never thought of this." He could not hide the excitement in his expression, but also the lingering disappointment. "So, we still had a chance of winning back then, but we did not meet a compatriot like you." He grabbed the chessboard and crushed it. A transparent dragon horn fell into his palm. He stared deeply at Su Yu. "Human, my obsession is gone, and I am about to dissipate. According to the agreement, the yellow dragon sword technique is yours." Su Yu took it and felt a surge of majestic dragon power, which contained a great path law. "By using this great Dao law, you will be able to break through the seal of the void and arrive at the nearby region." The dragon soul waved its hand, and the laws of the great Dao within its transparent dragon horn were unleashed, creating a passageway out of thin air. Outside the passage, a familiar aura came from the outside world. "Let's go." The dragon soul waved his sleeves, and Su Yu and the others were drawn into it. Meanwhile, the dragon soul gradually dissipated. In the end, it turned into sparkling and translucent soul fragments and completely disappeared. The aura from the outside world surged in, and what entered everyone's eyes was actually the entrance they had used to enter the myriad dragon cave. More and more people were rushing over, preparing to leave the cave of 10,000 dragons. He actually returned to this place in a single step. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Except for Lu Tianji. He stared at Su Yu with a complicated look in his eyes. He believed that he had achieved the path through divination and had the ability to predict the future. However, he couldn't see through the chess game that Su Yu had set up until the last moment. "How did you do it? Did you use some kind of unknown divine weapon to help?" Lu Tianji asked. Su Yu said, "It was just a calculation and analysis." "Brother Lu, you worry too much. In terms of the power of calculation, 10 Lu Tianjis combined would not be a match for Su Yu. That chess game might be breathtaking to others, but for Su Yu, it only took a little effort and some mental power. Everyone, let's get out of here first. The cave of 10,000 dragons is almost over. Su Yu interrupted Lu Tianji's topic. There were not many people left in the cave of 10,000 dragons. Most of them had already left. Lu Tianji could not help but swallow his words. He nodded and followed the crowd out of the cave of 10,000 dragons. Back in the outside world. As expected, the people of the Sword Pavilion had arranged a heavy army to guard the exit to prevent the island forces from escaping with the sword-shaped storage devices. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of 2 young disciples of the Sword Pavilion, one of whom was Hong Lei. 3 level 3 Cavern World Venerables and 1 level 4 Mortal Fairy? This should be the last batch. Hong Lei released the powerful aura of a level 1 Cavern World Venerable, suppressing the 4 of them. "Line up for inspection. Stand aside," Hong Lei suddenly shouted. Su Yu stopped and looked around at the same time. He found that the people of the Shui family were already waiting outside, including Murong Qingcheng. Unsurprisingly, he saw Tuoba Lun. He was talking and laughing with the people of the Feather God clan. His words were full of vigor. Sensing a few hostile eyes, he looked up. However, this one look almost made his face freeze, and he cried out involuntarily, "You! How did you get out?" Being surrounded by the void, even the divine warriors of heaven and earth could do nothing about it. How did they get out? Sensing the murderous intent of Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji, Tuoba Lun's heart sank. After his expression changed continuously, he came to Hong Lei and said, "Lord Hong, I want to report the three of them." "Oh, report what?" Hong Lei asked. Tuoba Lun stared at them coldly, gritted his teeth and said, "I want to report them for excavating the remains of the divine dragon without permission." The forces of the nearby islands were all shocked. They all cast looks of surprise, envy, and schadenfreude at the same time. The Sword Pavilion had never stipulated that the island forces were not allowed to excavate the remains of the divine dragon. However, his bloody methods had reminded them again and again that they should not get involved. Now that he had been reported in public, the Sword Pavilion would not let this matter rest. "Really?" Hong Lei was also shocked. He stared at Su Yu and the others fiercely. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he said lightly, "If he says so. I want to report him for subverting the Sword Pavilion." Hong Lei's eyes narrowed into slits, bursting with bursts of light. He said leisurely, "He has voluntarily handed over a large number of dragon bones. The other part is in your hands, right?" Humph. The corners of Tuoba Lun's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Although the dragon bones were precious, they could not be taken away. It was better to hand them over to the Sword Pavilion to gain some benefits. For example, he had gained Hong Lei's favor. Of course, Hong Lei himself had secretly kept a portion of the dragon bones, and had profited immensely. Su Yu was not too surprised. The dragon marrow that could not be taken away would either be used on the spot in the Cave of 10,000 Dragons, or handed over to the Sword Pavilion. "I'm sorry, I still don't understand what he is saying. I have never seen any dragon bones," Su Yu said indifferently. Hong Lei stared at Su Yu. For some reason, this person's tone sounded a little familiar to him. Perhaps this person had seen it when he landed on one of the islands. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Hong Lei stared at the 100-flower fairy, Lu Tianji, and Li Yu. They were not like Su Yu, who could calmly look into the eyes of a level 1 Cavern World senior, and all of them felt guilty. However, Su Yu had spoken first, so they could only bite the bullet and say, "We do not know about the so-called divine dragon remains." Hong Lei had seen countless people, so how could he not see the hidden guilt in the three's expressions? With a cold laugh, Hong Lei beckoned. "Come with me, let's talk somewhere else." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Lei led them into a huge secret chamber. This was the secret chamber where the Sword Pavilion specially inspected sword-shaped storage rings. The security was extremely tight, and no one could leave before a thorough inspection was done. "Tuoba Lun, you are the person involved, come in too." Before Hong Lei entered, he pointed at Tuoba Lun. Tuoba Lun smiled and strode in with a dignified appearance. As soon as they left, the people of the nearby island forces burst into an uproar. "Looks like Tuoba Lun tricked Lu Tianji and the others. Haha, Tuoba Lun has always been ruthless. I think Lu Tianji and the others are in big trouble." Even without Tuoba Lun, they are still in big trouble. You should know that they have touched the divine dragon remains and touched the Sword Pavilion's reverse scale. Hearing this, everyone nodded tacitly. If they dared to touch the divine dragon's remains, once it was verified, with the Sword Pavilion's style, Lu Tianji and the others would undoubtedly die. That woman in black and the masked man are dead, they are just nameless pawns, but Lu Tianji and the 100-flower fairy are the top 3 powerhouses of the younger generation. It would be a pity for them to die so tragically in the hands of the Sword Pavilion. Hearing the many discussions, the hearts of the Shui family sank little by little. If Shui Yu went to the Dragon Cave and did not return, he would most likely encounter the Sword Pavilion and die tragically on the spot. They waited in silence for a moment to confirm that the entrance to the 10,000 Dragon Cave was closed, then silently left. "Sigh, this is fate." Shui Zhangji shook his sleeves, his back lonely. It was not easy to see the hope of the Shui family rising again, but at this moment, it was slapped back to the cold and cruel reality. Murong Qingcheng sighed softly and followed the Shui family back to the Double Star Island. Inside the secret room, Hong Lei sat with a golden saber, leisurely sipping an unknown high-quality tea, his gaze indifferently sweeping across Su Yu and the others who stood in a row in front of him. You should be well aware of how the Sword Pavilion will deal with those who excavate the Divine Dragon's remains, right? Hong Lei scrutinized them. His tone was not without a hint of fierceness, causing the already nervous Lu Tianji and the others to feel even more uneasy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Tianji's forehead. He had secretly divined the future, the ups and downs of fate, and it was difficult to see the direction of the future. This was because Hong Lei was too powerful. His powerful aura affected the results of the divination. The 100-flower fairy also clenched her sleeves tightly, feeling extremely uneasy. Their original intention of excavating the divine dragon's remains was to refine the dragon marrow on the spot and never bring it out, in case it was discovered by the Sword Pavilion. Who would have thought that Tuoba Lun would voluntarily offer up the dragon bones and spread the news of excavating the divine dragon's remains? Things were far out of her control. She felt like an ant being pinched in the palm of his hand. With just a thought from the Hong Lei before her, he could bury them here forever. No matter how many dreams they had, no matter how glorious their future was, they could not compare to a single thought from Hong Lei. The deep pressure made the three of them breathless. Chapter 1623. Lu Tianji said cautiously, "My lord, we really didn't know about the divine dragon remains. I hope you can investigate this." Bai Hua Fairy lost her usual liveliness and said cautiously, "My lord, we were harvesting resources in the periphery according to the rules. We wouldn't dare touch the divine dragon remains in the dragon cave." Li Yu, on the other hand, looked solemn and said seriously, "We were slandered." The three insisted that Tuoba Lun was slandering them. Tuoba Lun crossed his arms and sneered coldly, "No? Then where did my divine dragon remains come from?" Li Yu said seriously, "I picked them up on the road." "Try picking one up." Tuoba Lun laughed angrily, "Stubborn. Lord Hong, don't waste your breath on them. Just check Su Yu's sword-shaped storage ring and you'll know if I'm telling the truth." Hong Lei's eyes flashed, his gaze fixed on Su Yu. "You won't give up until all hope is gone?" "To be honest, I've met too many people like you in this secret chamber, unwilling to give up until the very last moment." He took Su Yu's storage ring and said coldly, "I gave you a chance to repent, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impartial." His original intention was to threaten and blackmail them. If they were as sensible as Tuoba Lun and took the initiative to show respect, he could turn a big problem into a small one. However, Lu Tianji and the others couldn't say anything and couldn't admit to excavating the dragon cave. If that was the case, he could only go by the book. Hong Lei secretly regretted that he couldn't keep the precious dragon marrow, so he could only report it. With a hint of regret, he looked at Su Yu and the others with an even more unfriendly gaze. Opening the sword-shaped storage ring, Hong Lei's soul swept inside, and his expression froze. Tuoba Lun laughed, "My lord, are you surprised by their courage? Excavating the dragon bones without permission, and still resisting, refusing to admit it? Humph, I suggest that we punish them severely, not only them, but also their families, so that they can be subdued in the Sword Pavilion." However, Hong Lei retrieved his soul without saying a word, and flicked his fingers. 3 mysterious scents fell on Lu Tianji, Bai Hua Fairy, and Li Yu. The 3 scents circled around their bodies and returned to Hong Lei's fingertips. "Where are your storage artifacts?" Hong Lei's expression was strangely calm. Lu Tianji and the other two turned to look at Tuoba Lun, their intentions clear. Tuoba Lun sneered, "I merely used a small trick to snatch their storage rings. All the resources inside have already been handed over to Jian Xian." Hong Lei faintly nodded and said, "So, this is the only storage device?" Tuoba Lun said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He moved 40% of the divine dragon remains into this storage space. Is there a problem?" Hong Lei shook his head. "The problem is that there isn't." Hearing this, the hearts of Lu Tianji and the other two sank to the bottom. They could not hide it in the end. Lu Tianji laughed at himself. Jian Xian had always been strict with the inspection of storage devices. Could it be that he would overlook something as important as the dragon god's remains? It was ridiculous for him to have such a self-deceiving idea. Bai Hua Fairy also silently sighed. Everything is over, it's better to just die in the void. But, at this moment, Hong Lei frowned and added, why aren't there any divine dragon remains? He opened the storage ring and poured out everything inside. There was only a light, fluttering grass that emitted starlight that fell to the ground. Yes, everything added up to a single starlight grass. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially Lu Tianji and the others. They had seen Su Yu put the giant divine dragon remains and the petrified dragon bones into a sword-shaped storage device with their own eyes. Could it be another empty storage ring? Could the storage ring that really contained the divine dragon remains be another one? No, the aura that Hong Lei released just now was specifically used to sense sword-shaped storage devices. If Su Yu still had a storage device on him, he would have sensed it. Tuoba Lun stared blankly at the familiar scene and said in disbelief, Su, what kind of trick are you playing? Where is the thing? Did you not bring it out? Lu Tianji and the others suddenly understood. If Su Yu had hidden it in the cave of 10,000 dragons and did not bring it out, it would make sense. Enough. Hong Lei frowned and stared coldly at Tuoba Lun. He then looked at Su Yu and the others, his eyes even colder. Intuition told him that what Tuoba Lun said was most likely true. However, the other party must have used some kind of trick to hide the divine dragon remains. Holding the empty sword-shaped storage device, Hong Lei felt a sense of anger at being fooled. He stood up, his eyes emitting a threatening light as he said in a menacing tone, the four of you, as you are too suspicious, I think I will have to use the soul-searching technique. Lu Tianji's eyes were wide open, filled with panic. Bai Hua Fairy's and Li Yu's expressions were also filled with unease. No one liked to have their souls searched. Firstly, if the soul searcher did not have a very high level of attainment in the path of the soul, it was very easy to cause damage to the soul of the person being searched. Secondly, soul searching meant that all the secrets he was hiding would be discovered without any loopholes. And everyone had secrets that they were not willing to reveal to the outside world. This was the most frightening aspect of soul searching. Don't worry, I have searched the souls of no less than 10,000 people, and I have never harmed a single soul. Hong Lei strode forward, his powerful aura suppressing the three of them to the point where they could not resist. However, anyone who needs to search their soul to prove their innocence will not have a good ending. Accompanied by the crushing pressure of the powerful aura, the cold words pierced through their hearts like sharp arrows. The soul-searching had begun. I'll start with you. Hong Lei stared at Su Yu and said coldly, I don't know why, but when I first saw you, I felt a sense of disgust. Let me see what you are hiding under your sneaky true face. A powerful soul energy instantly shot into the space between Su Yu's brows. This was the first step of soul-searching. Using the powerful soul energy to forcefully enter another person's soul and investigate wantonly. This process was very painful, as if the body was being torn apart. However, the one who screamed was not Su Yu, but Hong Lei. Ah, my soul. You have devoured my visitation soul? Hong Lei's face was pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of pain. He stared at Su Yu in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, the part of his soul that he had probed had been devoured by Su Yu. Su Yu calmly said, reckless. When the heaven's sun gazing at air technique was cultivated to the soul-devouring realm, he could devour the souls of others and use them for himself. It was already good enough that he did not actively devour other people's souls, but Hong Lei had sent his own soul in, which was no different from seeking death. Who are you? Hong Lei angrily shouted. You are definitely not a member of an ordinary island faction. Tell me, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the sword pavilion? Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly smiling. Special Envoy Hong, have you forgotten about me so quickly? A strong wind blew past, blowing away his black robe, revealing Su Yu's true appearance. Ah, it's you, Shui. Master Shui. Hong Lei was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off. If there was anyone he did not want to meet in his life, it would be Su Yu. Firstly, Su Yu's identity was terrifying, as he was an appraiser personally recruited by the Starry Pavilion's master. Secondly, Hong Lei had concealed what he had seen on the Twin Star Island, not wanting the Sword Pavilion to know what had happened there. Hong Lei was still in shock when he heard Su Yu say, "I haven't seen you for a few months, and your status has improved a lot. You've been put in an important position by the Sword Pavilion's young master." Not bad, not bad. It would have been better if Su Yu had not said this, but as soon as he said it, Hong Lei immediately put on a pleading look and transmitted his voice. "Master Shui, I didn't expect it to be you. It's all my fault for offending you. Can you forgive me this time? If the Sword Pavilion knows that I've caused great trouble on the Twin Star Island, they'll definitely kill me." Su Yu transmitted his voice leisurely. "I can forgive you, but how should I deal with this matter?" Hong Lei was overjoyed. He stared at Tuoba Lun, who was at a loss, and his eyes turned cold. He transmitted his voice again. "Don't worry, Master Shui, I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Hong Lei hated Tuoba Lun to the core, and he could not hide from Su Yu at all times. However, Tuoba Lun had dragged Shui Yu to him and almost searched his soul. If the Starry Pavilion knew about this, just the thought of it sent chills down Hong Lei's spine. After ending the transmission, Hong Lei regained his composure. He said, "So it's Master Shui Yu, sorry for the offense." "Master Shui." Lu Tianji and Bai Hua Fairy looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had never heard of any famous Master Shui in the islands of the Sword Pavilion. Strangely, Hong Lei was still so polite. Li Yu's eyes trembled, and she stared at Su Yu without blinking. She felt like she was in a dream, and she stood there blankly. After a long time, a sense of relief, and peace of mind filled the depths of her eyes. She murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "No wonder he looked so familiar, so it was him." Tuoba Lun was equally shocked. The expert swordsman he had met by chance, the mysterious strong man who made him feel threatened, was actually Shui Yu, whom he had disdained? Impossible. He couldn't accept this reality. "Lord Hong, please believe me. Search his soul immediately, and you will definitely find the location of the divine dragon's remains," Tuoba Lun shouted. The veins on Hong Lei's forehead bulged. How dare he touch a treasure appraiser from the Star Pavilion? How many brains did he have to touch a treasure appraiser from the Star Pavilion? If he angered the Starry Pavilion, even the Sword Pavilion would be wiped out. "Tuoba Lun," Hong Lei shouted loudly, and said righteously, "Master Shui is a man of status. Why would he lie? Now, I suspect that you're trying to frame him." "What?" Tuoba Lun couldn't adapt to the sudden turn of events. He said, "Lord Hong, what do you mean? You took so many resources from me, and so much dragon marrow." Hong Lei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Shut up." The powerful aura sent Tuoba Lun flying. Coincidentally, the direction Tuoba Lun was flying towards was where Su Yu was. Tuoba Lun felt Hong Lei's murderous intent, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was enraged. Why was it that every time he met Su Yu, he became a stepping stone? On the Murong Island, when he was supposed to lead Murong Qingcheng away, Su Yu intervened and made him return empty-handed. In front of the Cave of 10,000 Dragons, Murong Qingcheng had a change of heart, which made him lose face. With the divine dragon's remains, he plotted against Lu Tianji and the 100-Flower Fairy, but was tricked by Su Yu instead. Until today, even a big shot like Hong Lei was supporting Su Yu. As the saying goes, anger comes from the heart, and evil comes from the guts. Chapter 1624. Taking advantage of the force of his flight, Tuoba Lun shot towards Su Yu with unparalleled momentum. The snow-white feathers on his back all turned into sharp thorns, stabbing towards Su Yu. No one expected him to attack Su Yu. For a moment, no one could react. Su Yu's eyes flashed, no longer caring about the beauty under the moon, he shouted, "Dark Night Meteor Thrust." Wherever the tip of the sword passed, brilliant meteors were left, like fireworks, stunning the dark night sky. Puff, 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 several white feather thorns were destroyed one after another, clearing out an area. But Tuoba Lun was attacking with all his might, ready to fight to the death. Moreover, he had seen Su Yu's moves before, so he did not hold back. As one white feather pierced through the air, another white feather stabbed towards Su Yu with even greater ferocity. It looked like Su Yu was going to penetrate it. How dare you! Hong Lei finally reacted when Su Yu blocked the attack. He did not need to attack. Just his unparalleled aura, like a tsunami, sent the incoming white feather flying. At the same time, Hong Lei teleported over, glaring at Tuoba Lun angrily. He slammed his palm on the top of Tuoba Lun's head and searched his soul. With a shrill scream, Tuoba Lun's body convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and finally fell to the ground. His eyes were dull, and he had lost his mind. Hong Lei had deliberately destroyed part of his soul, causing him to become demented. Withdrawing his hand, Hong Lei said coldly, Tuoba Lun deliberately framed others, and refused to accept the soul search. I followed the rules of the faction and forcibly searched his soul, causing his mind to be destroyed. He turned to look at the crowd and said with a smile, if Genshen investigates this, I hope you can speak up for me. Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy stared at the lifeless Tuoba Lun, feeling delighted. Evil people will be tortured by evil people. Tuoba Lun's sinister scheme had ended up harming him instead. If he had honestly dug up the divine dragon's remains from the beginning, would he have ended up like this? Of course. Lu Tianji and the others did not hesitate. Although they were relieved, their spirits could no longer remain calm. There was even an enormous pressure that made them feel like they were suffocating. They were all from the younger generation of the island forces, but Xue Yu was already an appraiser of the Starry Pavilion. His status was higher than any of the island masters. And that mysterious swordsmanship. They originally thought that Xue Yu was an old and shrewd cave world venerable. Who would have thought that his age was similar to theirs? The great disparity between them made them, who were all geniuses, feel even more disappointed, and they couldn't even raise their heads in front of Su Yu. Master Xue, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, allow me to send you out, Hong Lei said politely. Su Yu nodded. Since the 10,000 Dragon Cave was closed, there were not many people outside. Only the people of the 100 Flowers family, the Lu family, and the Feather God clan were left behind to wait for news from the secret room. The patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Zhongtian, wore a solemn expression as he held a golden scroll in his hand, constantly moving the lines on it. Unfortunately, the lines were so complicated that even he couldn't see through them. On the side was the head of the 100 Flower family, Baihua Lan, who was also watching nervously. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted as she asked, "What's the situation?" Lu Zhongtian shook his head. "I can't. Hong Lei is too strong. His aura interferes with divination." Deep worry appeared on Baihua Lan's face. Baihua Fairy is one of the rare talents of the 100 Flower family. We have spent a lot of effort on her. If she dies like this, at this point, she turned her gaze to a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was sitting on an ice throne of the God of Feather. Feeling Baihua Lan's gaze, the middle-aged man turned his head and smiled warmly. "Sister Baihua, it looks like your daughter is in trouble. Do you want me to ask Lun to plead for her?" Baihua Lan's eyes were filled with hatred. "Tuoba Ying, if Baihua Fairy suffers irreparable damage, I will not let it go easily." Tuoba Ying was the patriarch of the Tuoba family. The three masters of the top island forces had all chosen to welcome their clansmen before the 10,000 Dragon Cave closed. Tuoba Ying laughed. "Sister Baihua, you are welcome to visit the God of Feather at any time." Creak, the secret chamber opened. Hong Lei was the first to walk out, followed closely by the stumbling Tuoba Lun. His appearance caused Lu Zhongtian and Baihua Lan's hearts to sink. Their faces darkened as if the sky had collapsed. It seemed that Baihua Fairy, Lu Tianji, and the other two people had met with misfortune and were unable to leave the secret chamber. Tuoba Ying laughed heartily and walked down from the throne. He cupped his fists at Hong Lei. "Congratulations, Envoy Hong, we have caught another suspect who excavated the remains of the God of Dragons." "Congratulations." Hong Lei put on a fake smile and gestured with his hand to push Tuoba Lun toward him. "Patriarch Tuoba, take your son home and see if he can carry on the family line. He will not be able to inherit the position of your patriarch." Tuoba Ying, who was smiling, was obviously taken aback. He did not understand the meaning behind Hong Lei's words. When he took a closer look, he realized that Tuoba Lun's eyes were strange. He pointed a finger at Tuoba Lun's forehead and examined it. Tuoba Ying roared in disbelief. His mind was destroyed. Who did this? He stared at Su Yu and the others who were slowly walking out of the secret chamber. I did it. Do you have any objections? Hong Lei put his hands behind his back and stared at Tuoba Ying. Why did you do this? Tuoba Ying could not understand. How many benefits did Hong Lei receive from the Feather God clan? Not only did he not help Tuoba Lun, he even caused his mind to be destroyed. Hong Lei said in a businesslike manner. Tuoba Lun deliberately framed others. I tried to search his soul for proof, but he resisted and his soul was damaged. He stared at Tuoba Ying and said, Tuoba Ying, seeing that your son's mind has been destroyed, I will not pursue the matter of him maliciously framing others. Take him and leave immediately. If I change my mind, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Tuoba Ying's palms trembled slightly, his heart filled with hatred. However, he did not dare to lash out at Hong Lei. Instead, he cast his furious gaze at Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy. His gaze was as if he wanted to devour them. Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy could not help but smile bitterly. They had no choice but to take the blame. Thank you, Envoy Hong, for not killing us. Tuoba Ying's face was gloomy. He carried Tuoba Lun and led his people away. Everyone could see that Tuoba Ying was suppressing his killing intent. Baihua Lan and Lu Zhongtian exchanged glances, meaning to be wary of Tuoba Ying from now on. His revenge would soon come. However, seeing that Baihua Fairy and Lu Tianji were safe, they sighed in relief. Just as they were about to go over, they saw a strange scene. Among the four people, a man wearing a moonlight sword was bidding farewell to them. Lu Tianji and Baihua Fairy politely bowed to him, then enthusiastically chatted with him for a bit, vaguely wanting to befriend him. What shocked them even more was that Special Envoy Hong was also very polite. He kept a smile on his face and watched him leave. Only after the man had left did Hong Lei's expression return to his usual arrogant self. He coldly glanced at Baihua Lan and Lu Zhongtian, then impolitely waved his hand. The cave of 10,000 dragons has closed, go back. In Envoy Hong's eyes, the two of them were nothing compared to that young man. Baihua Lan and Lu Zhongtian were both shocked. When Baihua Fairy and Lu Tianji returned to their side, they couldn't wait to ask, who was that man? Why was Envoy Hong so respectful towards him? Baihua Fairy answered, he was the second young master of Jewel Star Island's Shui family, Shui Yu. Shui Yu. Baihua Lan and Lu Zhongtian muttered this name, but it was unfamiliar in their minds. They asked in surprise, Jewel Star Island's Shui family is ranked 7th and 8th, and is also the second son, far away from the position of patriarch. Why was Envoy Hong so polite? Baihua Fairy sighed, Mother, do you think that Sir Hong is someone who would treat a mere patriarch nicely? The two of them were speechless. Just now, Envoy Hong's attitude towards the two of them wasn't respectful at all, but rather impatient. Then what is this Shui Yu's background? Why is he so polite to Envoy Hong? Lu Zhongtian asked. Lu Tianji was silent for a while, then said, you might not believe it, but Shui Yu has another identity, Star Pavilion's appraiser. As the last 6 words entered their ears, Lu Zhongtian and Baihua Lan's pupils contracted. Lu Zhongtian said, Tianji, did you hear it wrong? As far as I know, the Star Pavilion's appraisers are all famous figures in the Sword Pavilion Ocean. Why would they hire a young kid? Lu Tianji sighed, I also hope that I heard it wrong, but these words came from Envoy Hong himself, how could it be false? Hearing this, the two of them were shocked. After a while, Lu Zhongtian said, I can't believe that the Shui family had secretly gotten close to the Star Pavilion. That's right. Baihua Lan said, we've never paid attention to the Shui family before, but now it seems like we need to get closer to them. She then rejoiced, fortunately, Baihua Fairy and Lu Tianji are friends with this person, so their trip wasn't without results. Hearing this, Baihua Fairy and Lu Tianji both smiled bitterly. They were all of the younger generation, but they were glad to know Shui Yu. For them, who had always been proud and arrogant, there was nothing to be happy about. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with paying a visit to the Shui family first. Lu Zhongtian said. Bai Hua Lan nodded happily. It was on the way anyway, there's no harm in paying a visit. Su Yu headed to the Shui family alone. Now that he had the dragon marrow, it was only a matter of time before he broke through the barrier of the divine path. And the Shui family, because of his existence, could enjoy long-term peace and prosperity. Perhaps, it was time to leave the Shui family. This trip back would be a farewell. You're leaving pretty fast. A familiar voice came from behind. Su Yu stopped and turned his head. You followed me? He wasn't nervous, because the person behind him couldn't be any more familiar. You're the one who took my stone dragon bone sword, aren't you? The person grumbled. Who else could she be other than Li Yu? Now that things had come to this, it was impossible to hide it anymore, so he simply said, You want to get it back? No. Unexpectedly, Li Yu was very calm. You saved my life, you took the stone dragon bone sword, it's understandable, I won't ask for it back. But, the stone dragon bone sword is related to one of my assessment missions, can you help me prove that I'm the one who took the sword when I need it? Li Yu asked. Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, All right. Li Yu smiled, then, let's go back together, I believe Twin Star Island will only get more and more interesting. Her words had a deeper meaning. At the same time, the sealed 10,000 dragon cave reopened, and two figures flew out from it. One was the young master of the sword pavilion, Zhen Ruxiong, and the other was a person with snow-white eyebrows and purple lips. Chapter 1625. He was the one who established the sword gazebo and was the overlord of the sword gazebo ocean. As soon as he appeared, the entire sword gazebo island trembled slightly. Countless experts of the sword gazebo soared into the sky from the island and flew over to greet him. Hong Lei was among them. Zhen Ruxiong looked somewhat exhausted. There were many wounds on his body that were difficult to heal, and his invisible soul was also injured. It seemed like he didn't have an easy time against the dragon souls even though he came prepared. Faming, have you found the whereabouts of the stone dragon bone sword? Zhen Ruxiong clenched his fists with a dark expression and killing intent in his eyes. He had gone through untold hardships, only to end up as a wedding dress for others. Zhen Faming shook his head. After images of blood-red swords remained in his eyes. He used the Heavenly Heart Sword Eye to scan the entire 10,000 dragon cave, but he found nothing. The person who took the stone dragon bone sword had changed his appearance several times, so it was impossible to track him down. Zhen Ruxiong stared at Hong Lei. Have you checked everyone's sword-shaped storage artifacts? Hong Lei said with certainty, My lord, apart from the missing ones, we've checked everything, but we didn't find the stone dragon bone sword. Zhen Ruxiong and Zhen Faming's expressions became even uglier. They had sealed the 10,000 dragon cave for 5 days because they were worried that the person who took the stone dragon bone sword wouldn't be able to take it away and would leave it in the 10,000 dragon cave. However, they found nothing after 5 days of searching. And now, Hong Lei had also received bad news. The stone dragon bone sword was most likely left in a secret place in the 10,000 dragon cave. Even if they used all the resources of the sword gazebo, it would take them 100 years to find it. It was obvious that they didn't have the patience for 100 years. Just as they were at their wits' end, a weak voice entered everyone's ears. Swordmaster, I'm Tuoba Ying of the Feather God race. I have something to tell you. Tuoba Ying stood outside the crowd and said. Zhen Ruxiong frowned, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Hong Lei's eyes turned cold when he saw that and he yelled, How dare you? Is the sword master someone you can disturb? Get out of the island right now. However, Tuoba Ying's expression was firm as he said, Swordmaster, what I want to tell you might have something to do with the stone dragon bone sword. Zhen Ruxiong raised his eyebrows and waved his sleeves. Tuoba Ying, who was thousands of miles away, was pulled in front of him without any resistance. Tuoba Ying was in awe, but he was also more determined. What do you know? Speak. Zhen Ruxiong glared at him. Tuoba Ying waved his hand and a grey figure appeared beside him like a ghost. This person is an elder of my clan who is an expert in concealment. His name is Tuoba Ying. I arranged for him to stay by my son Tuoba Lun's side. He told me that not only did he personally see Bai Hua Fairy, Lu Tianji, Shui Yu, and the mysterious woman excavating the dragon bones, he also saw that brat called Shui Yu take out a petrified dragon bone and use it as a sword once. I wonder if it is the stone dragon bone sword that the sword master mentioned. Jian Ruxiong's eyes flashed. Petrified dragon bones? A mysterious woman? He pondered for a while, and suddenly made a move. His huge palm sucked the grey shadow over, and he began to search his soul. A mournful scream came from the grey figure's mouth as his entire body trembled in pain. Tuoba Ying turned a blind eye to this and coldly waited for the result. A while later, Tuoba Ying was put down. However, his soul was completely shattered, and he lay limply on the ground like a pile of mud, without any signs of life. Jian Ruxiong waved his hand. His gaze was calm, like the calm before the storm. He placed his hands behind his back and said, "Fei Ming, start the ritual. Bring out my Mahayana sword." His words echoed in the sky above the sword loft. Everyone in the sword loft trembled. The Mahayana sword was a true sovereign divine armament that the Purple Dream Sovereign personally bestowed to Jian Ruxiong. The Purple Dream Sovereign was one of the 3 sovereigns who had ruled over the Sea of Constellations for billions of years. She had over 1,000 overlord experts under her command. Only those experts who were bestowed the Purple Flower Pavilion's divine armament had the right to expand their territory and establish themselves as the ruler of an ocean. Back then, Jian Ruxiong was extremely spirited. With his peerless sword techniques, he was praised by the Purple Dream Sovereign and was bestowed a divine armament, the Mahayana sword, to the Purple Flower Pavilion. From then on, Jian Ruxiong carried the sword and established his own sect here. As for the Mahayana sword, it was enshrined in the depths of the sword loft. Unless it was necessary to meet the Purple Dream Sovereign or when there was a huge change, it wouldn't be used. And now, Jian Ruxiong was going to pull it out. The sword loft has been too lenient toward the island forces under its command. They've already forgotten about the sword loft's existence. Jian Ruxiong's gaze was cold as he sighed. The sword loft needs to be bathed in blood. Jian Feiming was overjoyed and said, "You should have done this long ago. Those island forces have been putting off paying the starlight grass. I can tell that they've been planning to rebel since a long time ago. It's time to massacre those who don't listen, especially the Shui family. They don't know what's good for them." Tuoba Ying added, "Also, the 100-Flower family and Lu family dug up the dragon bones without permission. They don't respect the sword loft at all." Jian Feiming nodded and smiled cruelly. "Don't worry. None of them will be able to escape. Everyone in the sword loft, gather the army. Once I recover from my injuries, we'll attack the rebels." Jian Ruxiong raised his arm and shouted. The entire sword loft was in an uproar. As an overlord, it had been too long since they taught the island forces a lesson with blood. The blood of the members of the sword loft was boiling with anticipation. After all, every annihilation of a clan meant a feast to divide up the resources of the island forces. Be it the spiritual treasures of the world or the beauties of the clan, they would all be in the bag. Among the crowd, Hong Lei's eyes shone brightly. The Twin Star Island, unaware of the impending disaster, was as calm and relaxed as ever. Li Chenkuan stretched in the yard. Looking at the clear sky, he felt relaxed and joyful, which he hadn't felt for a long time. Ever since he'd confirmed that Shui Yu had fallen in the cave of 10,000 dragons, he'd been in high spirits. He was even more energetic when it came to sexual intercourse. The mistresses of the 13th house complained incessantly. They thought that the master of the house was glowing with health and vigor. "Haha, Jun, have you rested well?" Li Chenkuan's face was flushed. Li Jun regained his vigor and said, "I've been back for 5 days. Of course I've rested well. What orders do you have for me, father?" Li Chenkuan smiled while stroking his beard. "Don't you want to visit the Shui family with me? We've received a lot of favors from the Shui family in the past." Recalling how the Li family had tolerated the Shui family after Su Yu had joined the Starry Pavilion, Li Chenkuan felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't take it lying down if he didn't settle the score. Now that Shui Yu had fallen, the Shui family must have received the news. Without Shui Yu, the Shui family was nothing in the face of the Starry Pavilion. Li Jun also felt that he'd been a coward for too long. Now that he had regained his footing, he would be letting down the heavens if he didn't find trouble with the Shui family. Then I'll pick a good gift and pay a visit. Li Jun took out a simple gift box the size of a palm. There was only a stalk of starlight grass in it. Li Jun winked. Haha, father, what do you think of this gift? Li Qianquan took out the starlight grass, broke it in half, and put the other half into the box. Look at you, the Shui family is now rich and doesn't care for a stalk of starlight grass. Let's keep the other half for ourselves. Haha, father is wise. Shui Yuntian might vomit blood in anger when he sees it. Li Jun could almost see Shui Yuntian's expression when he opened the gift box and saw the half-stalk of starlight grass. Li Qianquan stroked his beard and laughed. Let's go, Jun. Let's pay a visit together. When they arrived at the Shui family's door, the two of them were slightly shocked. The Shui family's door was crowded with people and carriages. Various island forces, big and small, had come to pay a visit. All of them carried heavy gifts as if they were congratulating the Shui family. Father, what's going on? Li Jun asked uneasily. Li Qianquan pondered for a while and said, I think the news of Shui Yu becoming a starry pavilion appraiser has finally spread. However, they don't know that Shui Yu is already dead. Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Then, should we still? Li Qianquan rolled his eyes at him. Why not? The more it's like this, the more we have to congratulate them. After all, it's a happy occasion for the Shui family. As a close neighbor, how can we not congratulate them? Hee hee. Li Jun let out a strange laugh and followed his father into the Shui family. The Shui family's living room was filled with guests. Not only were there the leaders of the top island forces like Bai Hualan and Lu Zhongtian, but there were also the leaders of various islands, including Murong Feng, whose relationship with the Shui family had been restored. Shui Yuntian was talking and laughing with them, and the scene made Li Qianquan jealous. Only the leader of the Sword Pavilion had enjoyed such a grand occasion. As for the rest, who was qualified to be congratulated by so many island leaders? The front hall was bustling, but the atmosphere in the back hall was a bit strange. Murong Qingcheng stared at Li Yu and said, Young Master Shui, we all thought you were already. I didn't expect you to be with Miss Li Yu. Half a day ago, when the Shui family was in mourning, Su Yu came back alive. The Shui family was pleasantly surprised. The only flaw was that Shui Yu was accompanied by the daughter of the Li family, Li Yu. Of course, the Shui family quickly forgot about this. Shui Yu was famous all over the world now, so it was normal for him to be surrounded by beauties. Only Murong Qingcheng had a knot in her heart. It turned out that Shui Yu had disappeared for so long because he was alone with another woman. How could Su Yu not see through her probing intentions? Too lazy to care, he said. Li Yu and I are just ordinary friends. Let's go. The front hall is full of island leaders. Let's go out and meet them. He didn't like this kind of occasion, but only by showing up personally could he make the island leaders feel at ease and make friends with the Shui family. From now on, the Shui family would have a smooth sailing in the Sword Pavilion Ocean, with very few obstacles. This was the last time he would help the Shui family. At the same time, in the front hall, Shui Yuntian noticed the arrival of Li Qianquan and his son and was slightly surprised. Since Shui Yu became an appraiser of the Star Pavilion, Li Qianquan would take a detour whenever he saw him, afraid of bumping into him. Why did he take the initiative to congratulate him today? Especially his confident expression, as if he had eaten 100,000 fairy fruits, as if he was about to fly to the sky. However, he was a guest, and he didn't want to lose face in front of so many island leaders. He smiled. So it's Li family leader. Sorry for not going out to meet you. What brings you here? Li Qianquan put on a fake smile. Of course I'm here to congratulate Shui family leader. After all, something like that happened to your Shui Yu. What? Lu Zhongtian was suspicious. Li family leader is on Double Star Island. Don't tell me you just found out that nephew Shui Yu is an appraiser of the Star Pavilion? Li Qianquan's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled, of course not. I'm talking about something else about Shui Yu. Everyone's attention was attracted by his words, which had a deeper meaning, and they couldn't help but look over curiously. Li Qianquan's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he thought to himself, since Shui Yuntian doesn't want to announce the bad news of Shui Yu's death, then I'll be the bad guy. Just as he was about to speak, a few footsteps came from the back hall. Su Yu, accompanied by two stunning beauties, walked out with an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 1626. Seeing Su Yu, the island masters did not dare act arrogantly. They all stood up and congratulated him. I am Baihu Alan. Congratulations to Master Shui for becoming a Star Pavilion appraiser. Congratulations. Ha ha ha, I have long heard of second young Master Shui's name. Now that I have seen you today, you are indeed a dragon among men, Lu Zhongtian observed Su Yu. In his eyes, he could faintly see the 9 dragons on Su Yu's back. Since ancient times, 9 to 5 was the sign of an emperor. Controlling the 9 dragons was the symbol of an emperor. Hence, he did not deliberately flatter Su Yu. Instead, he kept a low profile. But he could not suppress the shock in his heart. He, who was proficient in divination, had a premonition at first glance that the youth in front of him was an emperor who stood above all others. But Lu Zhongtian felt incredulous. He had divined the waters of the Sword Pavilion more than once, but had never sensed an existence with the emperor's mandate. This made Lu Zhongtian very confused. Haha, nephew Shui Yu, how have you been? I stayed at the Shui Manor to wait for your return, to congratulate you for becoming a Star Pavilion appraiser. Murong Feng also came forward to congratulate him, his tone very polite. The rest of the island masters all came forward to congratulate him. Only Li Chenkuan and Li Jun were motionless like wooden statues, a stark contrast. Su Yu smiled in response. Everyone, please take a seat. The island masters took their seats, but Li Chenkuan and his son were still standing in their original positions. Ever since Su Yu had appeared, their minds had gone blank, as if they had lost their souls. Seeing that the two of them were behaving strangely, Su Yu was slightly surprised, and asked, Master Li, Brother Li, the two of you are… Oh, right, I wonder what matter Master Li mentioned about me just now? I am also very interested to hear it. Li Chenkuan and his son finally snapped out of their daze. Their arrogant expressions were completely different. At that moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed, their faces pale and their eyes lifeless. It was over. Su Yu was lucky, he had not died. He must have known that the Li family had ambushed them. With Shui Yu's current status, he did not need to ask the Star Pavilion for help. The hundreds of island masters present would be more than happy to serve Su Yu and kill the entire Li family to please Shui Yu. Thinking of this, Li Chenkuan broke out in cold sweat. Li Jun was in an even worse state. His legs were trembling and his lips were trembling. Father, Brother Shui is asking you a question. You should answer him. Li Yu spoke at the right time. She looked calm and gave Li Chenkuan a comforting look. Li Chenkuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Yu didn't know about what had happened that day? If that was the case, Li Chenkuan seemed to have found a life-saving straw and saw the light of hope. At this moment, all thoughts of occupying Twin Star Island and secretly killing Shui Yu were thrown out of his mind. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he felt that his plan to ambush Su Yu was extremely risky. Su Yu laughed. Is it because I am present that it is inconvenient for Master Li to talk about it? Su Yu's eyes were filled with suspicion. He was a perceptive person. How could he not see the strange expressions of Li Chenkuan and his son? Noticing the strange look in Su Yu's eyes, Li Chenkuan's body trembled slightly, and his heart felt bitter. He was here to announce Shui Yu's grievous news. Apart from that, what else could he announce? He racked his brains but couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Even Li Yu, who was beside him, sighed inwardly, feeling anxious for him. As time passed bit by bit, the suspicion in Su Yu's eyes became deeper and deeper, and the island masters gradually revealed impatient expressions. Li Chenkuan knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer, or Su Yu would definitely see through him. He couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Li Yu. Li Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, expressing her helplessness. Who asked Li Chenkuan to announce something important about Shui Yu in such a high-profile manner? She couldn't think of any words in such a short time. Li Chenkuan's heart sank, and he had no idea what to do. Suddenly, Li Jun saw Li Yu standing close to Su Yu's left side, facing Murong Qingcheng. He couldn't help but realize something. Who was Murong Qingcheng? Although Shui Yu's fiancé had cancelled the engagement, she had been living in the Shui family as the future daughter-in-law of the Shui family for the past 6 months. Sister Li Yu and Murong Qingcheng standing face to face seemed to have some special meaning. He cast a glance at Li Qianquan. Li Qianquan was slightly startled. He looked at Li Yu and Shui Yu, a little confused. All of a sudden, he remembered something. At that time, Star Pavilion Master Mu Tsunghai had joked that if Shui Yu fancied Li Yu, she would be the matchmaker. Thinking of this, his eyes fiercely shone as he said excitedly, "Master Shui, Island Masters, this matter concerns Master Shui's life. Therefore, I was a little hesitant. I hope you can forgive me." 100 Blossom Blue's beautiful brows creased slightly. "Li family leader, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't try to change the topic." In other words, he was too long-winded. Li Qianquan cleared his throat and coughed twice, then said, "Actually, my daughter Li Yu has always admired Master Shui. As a father, he understands my daughter's feelings. Therefore, he has decided to propose marriage to the Shui family in front of all the island masters. He hopes that the two families will be connected through marriage and put an end to my daughter's yearning." Li Qianquan had been holding back for a long time. It was actually a marriage between the two families. But soon, many island masters cursed inwardly. Preposterous. That old man Li Qianquan actually beat us to it. Why is he thinking the same thing as me? I still want to introduce my precious daughter to him. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That Li Qianquan usually doesn't say anything, but he is actually so shrewd. What should we do? Li Qianquan has spoken first. How am I supposed to speak? All of a sudden, the expressions of many island masters changed, and they all stared at him with unfriendly looks. Li Qianquan's whole body turned cold. He was like a frog being stared at by hundreds of poisonous snakes. He was so frightened that his heart was thumping wildly. Shui Yuntian was stunned. He did not expect Li Qianquan to propose a marriage between the two families at this juncture. He looked at Li Yu. Although the Shui family was inferior, Shui Yuntian knew Li Yu very well. Her character was different from the rest of the Shui family. If she were to marry into the Shui family, he would be very happy. But he could not make a decision for Shui Yu in this matter. He could not help but look at Shui Yu and ask, "Yua, what do you think?" Su Yu was confused. Ever since he came into contact with Li Yu had a simple temperament and was emotionless. At least, he had never felt admiration from Li Yu. He could not help but look at Li Yu and ask, "Miss Li, is this the result of your discussion with the Li family's master?" Even though Li Yu was usually calm, she was shocked by her father's earth-shattering words. Her crystal-clear eyes blinked repeatedly. When she looked at her father, she could not help but complain. Her daughter was innocent. How could he slander her in public? She was about to reject him. But she heard Li Qianquan's pleading voice. "Yua, just admit it. I really can't think of an excuse. But you can't bring up my marriage, can you?" Li Yu replied. Li Qianquan said, "Yua, it's my fault. But please admit it for the sake of the lives of the whole family. Do you really want our ambush of Shui Yu to be exposed, and the whole Li family to be destroyed?" Li Yu secretly clenched her teeth. She was angry, which was rare in her life. But after a moment's deliberation, she sighed helplessly. For the sake of the family, she could only compromise. "What do you want me to do?" Li Yu regained her coldness. Li Qianquan was delighted. He said, "It's very simple. Admit that you admire Shui Yu and ask me to propose marriage. Of course, words alone are not enough. It would be best if you can take action." Li Yu thought for a moment and murmured, "Action? Okay, I understand." Facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Yu was calm as if nothing had happened. She said, "Yes, I admire Shui Yu. I asked my father to propose marriage." Hearing that, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Pooh! Shameless vixen. How could you say such a thing without batting an eyelid?" Many young women cursed secretly through telepathy. However, what caused them to be dumbfounded was, After Li Yu finished speaking, she squatted down and approached Su Yu. She kissed Su Yu's cheek with her rosy lips. This kind of shameless behavior really shocked them, and they were stunned when they saw it. Even Bai Hualan, Lu Zhongtian, and the others were stunned. Su Yu was even more stunned. He looked at Li Yu and said in surprise, "Why did you?" Li Yu wiped her lips, looking confused. She said, "I admire you, so I kissed you. Isn't that how it is between lovers?" Unfortunately, she was focused on the martial path. All she knew about romantic relationships came from stories she had heard by chance. She felt that kissing someone when she admired them was the most natural thing to do. However, she did not know how shocking it was in public. Su Yu's mind was in a mess. He could not understand the situation. Did Li Yu really admire him? You don't believe me? Li Yu frowned. She did not understand how romantic relationships could be so troublesome. She said, "Then I'll kiss you again." "Stop." Su Yu covered his face hurriedly. "I believe you, okay?" Li Yu straightened her body and said, "Oh." She stood on Su Yu's left side with an expressionless face. She did not care about the surprised gazes of the crowd. Su Yu felt a slight headache. After pondering for a moment, he said apologetically, "Miss Li, I accept your kindness. However, I'm focused on the martial path. I'm afraid I'll let you down." His tactful rejection was obvious. Moreover, it also indirectly dispelled the other island masters' thoughts. Some of them were glad that Li Chenkuan had tried on their behalf, so they would not have been rejected awkwardly. Some of them blamed Li Chenkuan for blocking this path. They believed that if they were the ones to do it, there might be a chance. For example, the 100 Flowers Blue. Her daughter, the 100 Flowers Fairy, was far superior to the Li family in terms of appearance, talent, and family influence. Unfortunately, Li Chenkuan had ruined their plans. She stared at Li Chenkuan, then at his empty body. She said, "Master Li, apart from coming here to propose marriage, did you not prepare a congratulatory gift for him?" Li Chenkuan, who had finally found his footing, once again hovered in the air. His fingers carelessly touched the half of the Starlight Herb gift box in his sleeve. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Su Yu tried to smooth things over. He said, "It's fine. As long as he's here. I appreciate your kindness. There's no need to make things difficult for Master Li." Chapter 1627. Li Chenkuan's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat appearing on his forehead again. "Of course there is a gift, of course," Bai Hualan provoked, "then take it out. Dilly-dallying is annoying." Li Chenkuan laughed bitterly. How could he find a gift in such a hurry? Clenching his teeth, Li Chenkuan took out the crudely wrapped gift box and said sheepishly, "This is the gift that I have prepared." Everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw the simple gift box that seemed to have been used. "Hey, what kind of gift is this? Why is the gift box so unusual? Everyone, do not look down on it. The Li family is a powerful force, and their resources are much stronger than ours. Now that Shui Yu has made a name for himself, there is no reason for the Li family to prepare such a meager gift. I am guessing that it must be something extremely valuable." "Yes, that's right. I had the same guess. The gift box is simple, but the contents are of the highest quality. The contrast shows how valuable the contents are. Hehe, I have to say that Master Li is a shrewd person." After listening to such a logical analysis, everyone was quite convinced. Only Li Chenkuan was breaking out in cold sweat. At that moment, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and strangle the analysts. Would they die if they did not speak? What made his whole body stiffen was that Su Yu looked interested. Su Yu laughed and said, "Haha, after hearing what you said, I am a little interested now." One of the elders of the Shui family walked forward, smiling as he took the gift box from Li Chenkuan and placed it in Su Yu's palm. "Master Shui, why don't you take a look in front of everyone? We also want to know what special gift Master Li has prepared." Bai Hualan looked dissatisfied. Su Yu chuckled and said, "Fine, then let everyone have a look." Buzz, Su Yu tore off the ribbon and opened the gift box. Li Chenkuan blacked out, his ears ringing. He was on the verge of fainting. It was over. The expected fluke did not appear. A deathly silence filled the hall. The crowd stared at the half of the starlight grass, unable to believe their eyes. In particular, the few elders who had analyzed the matter with reason and evidence were even more stunned on the spot. Bai Lan could not help but laugh. Half of the starlight grass? Master Li, am I seeing things? This is your congratulatory gift. Are you here to humiliate Master Shui? Everyone in the Shui family frowned. Shui Yuntian also understood. No wonder Li Chenkuan was so arrogant when he came, as if he had a great backer. When he thought of this gift, he became even more suspicious of Li Chenkuan's true intentions for coming today. Li Jun's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Li Chenkuan's face was even paler. It was really over. Everything was going to be exposed. At that moment, Su Yu laughed softly. The gift from the Li family's master is quite interesting. Half of the starlight herb. I believe that the other half is with you, right? Li Chenkuan's face was ashen as he took out the other half of the sword from his sleeve. Su Yu lamented, I appreciate Master Li's kind intentions, but Miss Li and I are more suited to be friends. I understand the meaning behind this half of the starlight herb, please take it back. He flicked his finger and the gift box flew back. Li Chenkuan caught it in a daze. A moment later, he came to a realization. He hurriedly said, yes, I was rude. Originally, I was going to give you and you a half of the starlight herb, meaning that your future life will be as splendid and beautiful as the starlight herb. Alas! After listening to his words, everyone felt strange, but they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But if Shui Yu didn't mind, why should they, the outsiders, say anything? Even Bai Hua Fairy didn't say anything. After going through another hurdle, Li Chenkuan's whole body went soft. He held onto the chair and sat down. Su Yu smiled lightly and changed the topic. We are all from the island influences of the Gentian Ocean. We are of the same branch and should take care of each other. If the Shui family is in trouble in the future, we will still need to rely on you. Hearing that, many of the island masters were overjoyed. With that, their trip here was not in vain. Yes, we are all struggling influences. It is only right for us to help each other. If the Shui family is in trouble in the future, the Gentian Island will be the first to come. The Fairy Bone Island will not fall behind. With the support of many islands, Su Yu's last wish was fulfilled. As long as he was alive, the Shui family's days in the Gentian Ocean would be more comfortable than any other influences. He had a clear conscience about the Shui family, and he had fulfilled his promise to this body. He had also obtained most of the dragon marrow that he needed to become a deity. It was time to bid farewell to the Gentian Ocean. The guests dispersed and left the Twin Star Island. Li Yu stayed behind and bowed to Su Yu. Thank you for letting the Shui family go. Su Yu asked, do I have anything to hold against the Shui family? Li Yu was as calm as ever, like a god above the common people. She softly said, when you were playing chess with Dragon Soul, your chess skill was calculated step by step. You are destined to be a person with monstrous intelligence. With your intelligence, it is impossible for you to not see the peculiarity between my stupid younger brother and father. But you chose to ignore it, and in the end, you even helped my father get out of the embarrassing situation. I think you already know that it was the Li family who ambushed the Shui family's beast carriage in the Cave of 10,000 Dragons. Sure enough, Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile and he nodded. Li Yu sighed and said, why did you let us go so easily? We almost killed you. All you need to do now is to give the order, and the Li family will be destroyed. Su Yu turned around and looked at her. He said softly, because of you. Me? Li Yu touched her chest. For some reason, she, who was usually calm, was flustered and could not help but press her hand against her chest. Su Yu continued, the Shui family is too weak, and we need allies, not enemies. I might be able to uproot the Li family and monopolize the Twin Star Island, but so what? The Shui family is weak and cannot control the resources of the entire Twin Star Island. So, I hope that one day, when you become the master of the Li family, you can help me take care of the Shui family. Su Yu felt much more relaxed after revealing his true feelings. He had been in the Gentian Ocean for many days, and the only person he could call a friend was probably Li Yu. I see, Li Yu said, but she shook her head. But I don't think I can be the master of the Li family. Su Yu was surprised. Why? In terms of potential and strength, no one in the younger generation of the Li family can surpass you, and your father values you far more than your brother. Does the Li family have other forces that can influence the future successor of the Li family? Li Yu shook her head. No, the one who decided that I can't be the master of the Li family is me. You. Su Yu did not understand. Li Yu took out the small emerald sword and drew a circle around her, trapping her. Drawing a circle restricts not only one's vision, but also one's ambitions. Li Yu looked at the horizon and said, "The Twin Star Island is but a drop in the ocean. My ambition is to look down on the world and roam the 9 heavens. Even if my soul dies in a foreign land, I will have no regrets or resentment." No regrets, resentment. Su Yu's heart trembled, and he stared at Li Yu in shock. It was as if he was looking at a young eagle struggling to fly into the sky. He also saw himself, weak as a speck of dust, struggling step by step on the Shenyu Island above the ocean, until today. My potential may be mediocre, but the path is under my feet. If I keep walking, I will see prosperity that I have never seen before. Li Yu's eyes were burning with passion. She turned her head to look at Su Yu and said, "Can you understand me?" Looking at the girl who looked weak on the outside but was strong on the inside, Su Yu said, "I understand." Li Yu smiled indifferently. She stepped on the moonlight, like a beauty under the moonlight, and gradually walked away. Su Yu watched her leave, his heart suddenly feeling empty. After this farewell, they might never cross paths again in this life. "Goodbye, Li Yu." Su Yu waved at her blurry back, then slowly rose into the sky. The Twin Star Island under his feet gradually shrunk, and the Shui Manor became more and more indistinct, until it was like a speck of dust. "Goodbye, Shui family, goodbye, Twin Star Island." A soft sigh was left in the sky, and then Su Yu disappeared. In the Shui family. In the study, Elder Qingyun said, "Master, we have searched everywhere, but Shui Yu has disappeared. Could he have been kidnapped by one of the island masters who left?" Shui Yuntian held a scroll in his hand. Under the dim light, his face was indescribably complicated. There was emptiness, apology, and a tinge of sadness. He was like an old man who had lost his child, full of vicissitudes and sorrow. "Master, please give the order. I will immediately lead my people to search for him." Shui Yuntian put down the scroll and said, "There is no need to look for him. No island master has the ability to kidnap him. He left on his own." "Ah! Why did Shui Yu leave? This is his home." Shui Yuntian looked out into the sky, where the lonely stars quietly recounted the loneliness of the night sky. "His home is at the edge of the sky." Stepping on the mist in the night sky, Su Yu headed east. He wanted to find a safe and secluded island to train in isolation for 10 years, break through the deity level, and return to his former peak. All of a sudden, the faint smell of blood wafted into his nostrils from the mist. Several severely injured giant birds brushed past Su Yu. "The mount of the island master of the Eagle Island?" Su Yu frowned. His intuition told him that something had happened. Sure enough, several breaths were approaching rapidly from afar, chasing after the mount. Su Yu knew the people approaching. Among them was the master of the Divine Feather Clan, Tuoba Ying. He and 3 other members of the Jian Xian formed a small team, and their hands were all stained with blood. Tuoba Ying was the first to spot Su Yu, and his face was filled with ecstasy. "Shui Yu. It's Shui Yu. We found Shui Yu here." He sent out a message immediately, and a powerful wave of information spread in all directions. Su Yu frowned slightly and flew towards the south. Swoosh. Tuoba Ying stopped him in a flash, smiling excitedly. "Ha ha ha, Shui Yu, don't you know yet? You have been listed as a special class wanted criminal by the Jian Xian. No one has ever enjoyed such treatment. As long as you are caught, the Jian Xian will be rewarded with the honor of a permanent guest." The Jian Xian had never regarded the island forces as people. Being a guest was the greatest reward that the Jian Xian could bestow. Not only did it mean that he would no longer have to pay for the starlight grass, but it also meant that he would gain the Jian Xian's trust and become a member of the Jian Xian. Chapter 1628. Purple smoke curled around Suyu's feet, and a cloud skyship appeared. The speed of the cloud skyship was extremely fast. In an instant, it had traveled tens of millions of kilometers. Tuoba Ying let out a long laugh, like a hunter chasing after his prey. His whole body was filled with excitement. You can't escape. I have already sent a message to the people nearby. As long as they receive the news, they will rush over immediately. As if to confirm his words, several powerful auras rushed over from 3 different directions. Suyu could still vividly remember the aura from one of the directions. Shua Shua, Shueyu. The Sword Pavilion's young master's furious roar shook the sky, and it was filled with ghastly killing intent and rage. Because of Shueyu, the stone dragon bone sword was stolen, and he was blamed. Accompanied by Hong Lei, Jian Feiming flashed and cut off Suyu's path. He stared at Suyu with a sinister look, then pulled out his sword and pointed it at Suyu. Do you think you can escape? Hong Lei, who was standing at the side, remained silent with a helpless look. He had thought of informing Suyu, but he didn't have a chance to do so. Behind him was Tuoba Ying, in front of him was Jian Feiming, and on both sides were extremely powerful enemies. Any one of them could kill Suyu. He would not be able to escape today. The 100 Flowers family, the Lu family, and the Shui family could not escape death. Suyu said calmly, "You've mobilized so many people to intercept me. What's the matter?" Jian Feiming snorted. "What do you think?" Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "I owe you steamed buns from a long time ago, haven't I?" Impudent. Jian Feiming shook his long sword, and a wisp of sharp and terrifying sword energy pierced through the air, brushing past Suyu's cheek. Tuoba Ying caught up and said mockingly, "Shueyu, you're about to die. If you dare to touch Jian Xian's stone dragon bone sword, even if a great firmament immortal descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you." Swish swish, as soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind Suyu like a flash of lightning. His fingers formed into claws as he tried to capture Suyu. However, just as her 5 fingers touched Suyu's shoulder, Tuoba Ying suddenly retracted his hand as though he was electrocuted. At the same time, he retreated and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Tuoba Ying's palm was covered in a layer of greenish-purple frost that was bone-chilling. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Ying's pupils constricted, purple ice frost. This is the ultimate skill of one of the top 10 experts of the Sword Pavilion, the Ice Soul Fairy. Crack, a slight freezing sound fell into everyone's ears. The surrounding temperature dropped imperceptibly. The sea of constellations beneath their feet quickly condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Suddenly, the wind returned and the snow flowed. A middle-aged woman wearing a purple-green dress walked out of the wind and snow. Her charm was like that of an immortal in the snow. Tuoba Ying's pupils constricted into the size of a needle. The Ice Soul Immortal. She was the proud daughter of heaven who had shaken the sword loft back then. She was the mysterious woman who had defeated more than 1,000 island lords by herself. After that, she went to the Sword Pavilion and challenged the experts there. None of them were a match for her. From the ordinary disciples to the elite disciples, to the hall masters, no one could withstand more than 3 moves from her. That was until the Sword Pavilion sent out a peak master, the 9th most powerful expert, who possessed the strength of an overlord of the galaxy. That was how he defeated the Ice Soul Immortal. Overnight, the Ice Soul Immortal went from a nobody to one of the top 10 experts in the Sword Pavilion Sea region. The master of the Sword Pavilion, Zhen Ruxiong, personally invited her to open the 11th peak and asked her to join the Sword Pavilion and become the peak master of the 11th peak. The Ice Soul Immortal rejected him and left the sea region, disappearing without a trace. 10,000 years had passed. Many people thought that she had died. They did not expect that she would actually appear here. Swoosh, not far away, a few people flew over. Their cultivation levels were all below the 3rd heaven cave abode realm supremacy. Their strength was not eye-catching, but what could not be ignored or even feared was the eye-catching pitch-black waist token hanging on their bodies. Bright stars were engraved on it, carrying a fragrant aura. Everyone in the Sword Pavilion Sea region recognized this token. That was the Star Pavilion. Tuoba Ying was shocked. Even Jen Faming's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Star Pavilion?" Then, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. For members of the Star Pavilion came before the Ice Soul Immortal and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Star Envoy." Tuoba Ying was shocked. "Star Envoy, Ice Soul Immortal, you joined the Star Pavilion?" The so-called Star Envoy was another type of person recruited by the Star Pavilion. They were strong men, real strong men. The Star Pavilion could intimidate the sea region not just by relying on its reputation. Its biggest reliance was its martial power, absolute martial power. And its martial power depended on recruiting peerless strong men. The martial artists who were recruited were collectively known as Star Envoys. They enjoyed all the resources provided by the Star Pavilion and would only fight for the Star Pavilion when necessary. Unexpectedly, the Ice Soul Immortal had rejected the Sword Pavilion and joined the Star Pavilion. 10,000 years had passed, and her aura was far stronger than before. Her strength was unfathomable. However, Tuoba Ying did not understand. He asked, "Ice Soul Immortal, I remember the rules of the Star Pavilion. You should never interfere in the affairs of the sea region. Aren't you breaking the rules by doing this?" The Ice Soul Immortal was as cold as an iceberg. Not only did she not answer, but she did not even look at Tuoba Ying. She came before Suyu coldly and reached out to block his chest. Her intention to protect him was obvious. Jen Faming frowned deeply. How could he not be wary of the Star Pavilion's name? However, it was impossible to give up the stone dragon bone sword just like that. "Ice Soul Immortal, are you really going to make an enemy of me, the Sword Pavilion, for a mere ant? I believe that if the Star Pavilion finds out that you have broken the rules of the Star Pavilion, you will be the one to be punished," Jen Faming said. He winked, and the people who had surrounded him closed in, ready to seize Suyu by force. At that moment, the Ice Soul Immortal finally spoke. As soon as she spoke, the temperature around them plummeted again. Even someone as strong as Tuoba Ying felt a chill run down his spine. He had to use his divine power to protect himself. The level 4 and 5 world venerables of the cavern abodes froze into ice sculptures in an instant. The Ice Soul Immortal glanced at them indifferently and said indifferently, "If the Star Pavilion finds out, they will punish the Sword Pavilion immediately. Those who attack the Star Pavilion's appraisers never end well, and the Sword Pavilion is no exception." Everyone was stunned. Jen Faming said, "You are an appraiser. All right, I don't intend to attack you, but the trash in your hand." Slap. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the Ice Soul Immortal glared at Jen Faming fiercely. A wisp of ice turned into a crystal-clear palm, which slapped Jen Faming's face. It was a resounding slap. Her voice became even colder. "You insulted the Star Pavilion's appraisers. Since you are the young master of the Sword Pavilion, I will teach you a lesson with a slap. If it were anyone else, they would have died." Jen Faming, who was furious, suddenly sobered up. He stared at Suyu, his face full of disbelief. Even Tuoba Ying was dumbfounded. He said blankly, He is the Star Pavilion's appraiser? How powerful was the Star Pavilion? Even the Sword Pavilion had to bow down to it. Even though the wings of the Feather God clan were harder than King Kong, they couldn't withstand a casual hit from the Star Pavilion. "What do you think?" The Ice Soul Immortal glanced at Tuoba Ying indifferently and said, "Since you don't know his identity, we can resolve the matter just now by apologizing. If you attack again, it will be seen as a provocation to the Star Pavilion. Even the Sword Pavilion will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Star Pavilion." Jen Faming's heart turned cold. He knew very well how terrifying the Star Pavilion would be when it was angered. He really didn't have the guts to capture the Star Pavilion's appraiser. "Didn't you hear what I said? Apologize, apologize." The Ice Soul Immortal stared at Jen Faming and said indifferently, "I don't want to repeat it a third time, if you insist on forcing me to pay with your blood." Upon hearing that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a moment, the weaker ones forced themselves to lower their heads and bow in apology, offering up resources. After thinking about it, Tuoba Ying clenched his teeth and chose to compromise. He was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, he wanted to apologize to the murderer of his son, Shui. Master Shui, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope it can make it up to you. Tuoba Ying took out a valuable spiritual fruit called the Feather God Fruit. Suyu finally understood. Mood Songhai must have arranged for the Ice Soul Immortal and the 4 members of the Star Pavilion to protect Suyu in secret to prevent any accidents from happening. If nothing went wrong, the 4 members of the Star Pavilion must have sneaked into the Cave of 10,000 Dragons to protect Suyu from afar. In that case, Suyu wouldn't stand on ceremony. He accepted the apology and looked at Jian Feiming. The Ice Soul Immortal looked over, the coldness between her brows intensifying. Jian Feiming's face was gloomy. He clenched his teeth and took out a decent spiritual fruit. Master Shui, it was a misunderstanding just now. I offer this spiritual fruit to you. I hope you will let bygones be bygones. His stiff taste and awkward expression made him look as ugly as if he had just eaten a fly. Ha ha, an island master apologizes with a spiritual fruit, and the young master of the Sword Pavilion also apologizes with a spiritual fruit. Aren't you afraid of lowering your status? Suyu said. The killing intent in Jian Feiming's heart was like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt. He said in a low voice, I wonder what you want, Master Shui. Dragon marrow. Suyu replied without hesitation. Hey! Jian Feiming raised his head, his eyes filled with ferocity. Dragon marrow was an important resource of the Sword Pavilion, second only to the stone dragon bone sword. Shuiyu was asking for it. However, when the Ice Soul Immortal looked at him, Jian Feiming had no choice but to swallow his anger and take out a bottle of refined dragon marrow. It was pure and full of energy, equivalent to 20% of the divine dragon's remains. Suyu's eyes shone as he grabbed it. Together with the 40% he had obtained before, it was enough to completely refine the remaining 1,000 divine paths. Becoming a deity was just around the corner. Master Shui, come back to the Starry Pavilion with me. Staying here with these vulgar people will only bring shame to your status, the Ice Soul Immortal said. Suyu had the same intention. The Starry Pavilion was the best place to leave the Shui family. Whoosh, snowflakes fluttered as the Ice Soul Immortal took Suyu up into the sky. Just as they were about to leave, the Ice Soul Immortal suddenly frowned and stopped in her tracks. Her cold face was filled with fear. Jian Ruxiong, how long have you been here? Suyu's expression changed as he looked up. At the end of the snowflakes, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stood high above. He carried a 9-foot-long ancient yellow sword on his back, looking down coldly. He was the master of the Sword Pavilion, Jian Ruxiong. Jian Ruxiong stepped on the void and walked down. Every step he took caused the whole world to tremble slightly, and the hearts of all living creatures could not help but jump. Every word and action he took affected the vision of heaven and earth. It was a sign that he was approaching the Great Path Law. The Ice Soul Immortal's beautiful face changed drastically. She was extremely serious. You have come into contact with the Great Path Law. You are not far from becoming a divine warrior of the world. Jian Ruxiong walked down with his hands clasped behind his back. He said indifferently, you are just a small emissary of the Starry Pavilion. You think too highly of yourself. Chapter 1629. If it was Mu Kanghai, this sword master would be a bit afraid. But you, who do you think you are? Jian Ruxiong's eyes flashed like lightning. He waved his left palm and an invisible force attacked. The icy fairy's expression changed abruptly. Purple and green frost surged all over her body, and she turned into an 8-sided prism. Creak. A dull sound came from the prism, and several faintly discernible shadows of chains flickered. Cracks densely covered the surface of the prism. Purple-green ice sword. The icy fairy bellowed, and the prism disintegrated itself, fusing into an ice-cold long sword. The sword was long and narrow, emitting a sharp chill. What was even more shocking was that the grade of the sword was not low. It had reached the imperial grade. Jian Ruxiong looked surprised. Oh! I haven't seen you for 10,000 years, and your cultivation has already reached the level of a bronze overlord? You can instantly form an imperial divine weapon. Not bad. If you challenge Jian Shen again, I believe the 9th Peak Master will no longer be your match. But Jian Ruxiong's eyes turned cold. So what? You are nothing in front of me. He put 2 fingers together and pointed them at the air. Mysterious Factions 7 Killing Sword. A solid sword energy, containing an unparalleled will, struck like an ancient torrent. The icy fairy's expression was grave. She bellowed, 3 styles of absolute ice. An extremely powerful overlord aura surged from her body. An ice-cold sword energy radiated in all directions with the power to freeze the world. The 2 sword energies collided in front of everyone. The icy sword energy was like mist, and Jian Ruxiong's sword energy tore a hole in it. The icy fairy yelled anxiously, "Take Master Shui away." Yes. The 4 members of the Starry Pavilion performed a combined technique. They transformed into a golden tower, protecting Su Yu in the center. The golden tower flickered, traveling hundreds of millions of miles in a flash. Tuoba Ying and Zhen Feiming were caught off guard. How could they have expected the seemingly ordinary members of the Starry Pavilion to have such a powerful technique? Seeing that they could not catch up, Jian Ruxiong said calmly, "You can't run away." He looked at the icy fairy. She had swept away the oncoming sword energy with her sword and was standing in front of him, buying time for Shui Yu. Jian Ruxiong's eyes gradually turned cold. He slowly pulled out the dim yellow sword from his back and said, "You seem very proud of your identity as the Starry Pavilion's messenger. However, let me tell you, even if I touch you, the Starry Pavilion will not do anything to me." Zhang. A sword cry resounded through the universe, reverberating through the vast sky. The faint yellow sword was held in his hand. The Ice Spirit Fairy felt a sense of danger and said, "Jian Ruxiong, do you think you have the power to fight against the Star Pavilion?" From Jian Ruxiong's words, she could sense Jian Ruxiong's arrogance. He was no longer as respectful towards the Star Pavilion as before. However, the Stellar Pavilion had countless envoys. If they lost her, the Stellar Pavilion might not do anything to Jian Xian. The Starry Shui, but she, the Yu, the one, and the Xian, the one, Xian, not, and the same thing. She sighed in her heart. Her cold eyes were filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. She pointed at the sword and said, "The great vehicle sword, the treasure bestowed by the Purple Dream Divine Warrior? Well, it's a worthy death." Jian Ruxiong waved his sword. In an instant, it was like the setting sun. The dim yellow clouds, the blood-red setting sun, and the blood-red sky formed a desolate and tragic scene. The icy fairy did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. She smiled proudly, like a snow lotus swaying in the snow, blending into the dusk. Heartless, limitless sword. In the dim yellow sunset, the icy fairy's voice echoed, but she was nowhere to be seen. Clang. The sword was returned to its sheath. The dusk faded, leaving only the white clouds. The icy fairy was nowhere to be seen. Jian Ruxiong shook his head. "You overestimate yourself." He shook his chest, leaving a trace of purple and green frost on it. Then, he chased after her. In the distant sky, 4 members of the Starry Pavilion were escorting Su Yu. The combined attack they performed was heaven-defying. However, Su Yu was keenly aware of the changes in their forms. In just a few breaths, they had aged 10 years. The price of performing divine techniques that did not match their cultivation was their lives. "Stop it," Su Yu sighed. "Don't waste your lives for me." The 4 members of the Starry Pavilion said expressionlessly, "Master Shui, we have been trained by the Starry Pavilion and have prepared for this day. Please don't make things difficult for us." Su Yu shook his head and said, "The Sword Master is taking action personally. You are just wasting your lives for nothing." They looked resolute. "Master Shui, we will die to protect you. The Starry Pavilion will take good care of our loved ones. If we escape, we will lose everything. For you and for us, please continue." Su Yu was touched. Because they were weak, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for others, just to reproduce. It might be sad, or it might be respectable, but it was not what Su Yu wanted. He pulled out the beauty under the moon sword and swept it. The sharp sword radiance cut a thin crack in the golden tower from the inside out. The 4 people's energies were disrupted, and the golden tower collapsed. "Master Shui, you." The 4 members of the Starry Pavilion said in surprise. Su Yu stood with the sword in his hand. He looked around at the four people and said, "Let's go. Go back and tell the cabinet master that I asked you to leave. She won't make things difficult for you." But the four members of the Starry Pavilion hesitated. Su Yu said, "This is an order." With that, the four of them bowed and fled in four different directions. "Master Shui, hold on. We will contact the Starry Pavilion immediately and ask for reinforcements." Su Yu smiled bitterly. The Starry Pavilion would take several months to reach this place. How could he hold on until the Starry Pavilion came to rescue him? It was better to save himself. He looked around. With an idea in mind, he turned to the northwest and sped away. Before long, Jian Ruxiong and his army caught up to where he was standing. His thunderbolt divine eyes scanned the area and fixed on the northwest. He said, "Go after them." The stone dragon bone sword could not be lost. An hour later, in a sea area that was as dark as ink, there seemed to be a group of savage, ferocious beasts hiding in the sea, ready to rush out at any time to devour the creatures flying above. It gave people a great deal of pressure. Jian Ruxiong looked down and asked, "Where is this?" No one replied. Jian Ruxiong shouted, "Who is in charge of this sea area?" Swish. Two figures walked out. One was Hong Lei, and the other was Tian Zhenyuan. They were the special envoys in charge of this place, so they were very familiar with this place. Hong Lei cupped his hands and said, "Sir, this is the Evil Ghost Strait, which is 10 billion miles away from the Twin Star Island. It is a famous dangerous place." "Evil Ghost Strait," Jian Ruxiong murmured as he stared at the dark water. His intuition told him that there were some unknown creatures under the water. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Split up and besiege the Evil Ghost Strait. Not a single shrimp can escape." Yes. No one dared to look down on him. Jian Ruxiong continued, "Have you caught those members of the Starry Pavilion?" Swoosh. An old man in a green robe stepped on the wind and walked over with four bloody heads in his hand. He said, "No. What about the message they sent?" Jian Ruxiong asked. The old man in a green robe opened the palm of his other hand. Four twinkling stars were flickering. As he clenched his fist, the lights were extinguished. "Very good." Jian Ruxiong was relieved. "Although I'm not afraid of the Starry Pavilion, it's better not to attract their attention before I get the rock dragon bone sword." At this point, all the members of the Starry Pavilion were killed. No one knew that Zhen Xian was brazen enough to surround the Starry Pavilion's appraiser, Shui Yu. Jian Ruxiong fixed his gaze on the dark water and said, "Qing Ying, go down there and capture that kid." The old man in a green robe nodded. His body surged with the power of space and instantly disappeared. The divine Tao that he cultivated was the Tao of space. The green figure appeared in the pitch-black Evil Ghost Strait. His old yet sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. His eyes contained the power of space as well. He could see through solid objects in the surroundings with a single glance. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and had a mocking look in his eyes. "Kid, do you think you have the right to escape from me?" He stared at a seemingly solid stone wall and blinked. Instantly, the chaotic power of space around the stone wall rippled. The stone wall exploded with a boom. Whoosh! A figure fled in panic from the stone wall like a clever little fish. That figure was none other than Shui Yu. Still trying to escape. Qing Ying sneered, "Space cage." He bellowed. The space around Su Yu shrank rapidly, trying to trap him within it. Strangely, Shui Yu seemed to be extremely sensitive to the power of space. Before the space cage was formed, he had already escaped from a gap. Hey! Qing Ying was slightly surprised when he missed his target. As a bronze-level overlord, Shui Yu's use of the space divine Tao was marvelous. Qing Ying was surprised that he missed his target. Seeing Su Yu slip deeper into the canyon, the space around Qing Ying filled up as he used space teleportation again. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Yu without warning, cutting off his path. At the same time, a chain formed by the power of space danced and twirled like a silver snake. Su Yu's pupils shone as he stabbed the beauty under the moonlight at a certain point in the chain. The formless power of space was slightly bent by the beauty under the moonlight. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu twisted his body to avoid the entanglement of the space chain. Qing Ying was shocked. You can identify the weakness of my power of space. Are you a space divine Dao too? Su Yu said nothing as he continued to drill deeper into the canyon. Qing Ying snorted. I don't believe you can escape. Boundless nature, Qing Ying bellowed. A giant net weaved by the power of space gathered under his feet and enveloped Su Yu with a whoosh. Its range was so wide that Su Yu had nowhere to hide. He could only dodge back and forth in the net as if he were treading on thin ice. Qing Ying sneered. He hooked his right index finger, and the net undulated like waves. Su Yu's right ankle was entangled. Seizing the opportunity, the whole net rapidly contracted and wrapped around Su Yu. Su Yu knew he was in trouble. If he was caught, he would never be able to turn the tables. Looking at the beauty under the moonlight in his hand, Su Yu gritted his teeth and raised his sword to cut off his right foot. Despite the intense pain, Su Yu merely frowned and slid down expressionlessly. At the critical moment when the giant net was contracting, he escaped. Swish! Su Yu quickly slid down the precipitous cliff and landed on a flat, giant rock. The starlight grass grew densely on the boulder, making it stand out from the surroundings. However, after failing to capture Su Yu again and again, Qing Ying was already angry. He did not calmly observe the surroundings, nor did he realize that there was something wrong with the flatland. Enough! Qing Ying shouted angrily. He took a deep breath and countless bubbles gathered around him. Chapter 1630. Those were all compressed space energy bubbles. Once they collided with something, they would burst open immediately, and the space energy inside would erupt, causing a powerful space vibration. With Su Yu's cultivation, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Go! Rumble! Thousands of space bubbles surged towards Su Yu, bursting at the same time when they were thousands of feet away from him. Boom! 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 It was as if hundreds of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time. The powerful space explosions shook the stable space in all directions. Su Yu felt space of different sizes squeezing him from all directions. His whole body was about to explode, and the pain was unbearable. It was 100 times worse than severing his own limbs. Even though Su Yu had been seriously injured countless times, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. Blood flowed freely from his mouth, and many parts of his body had burst open. His skin and flesh were torn apart. However, even though he was seriously injured, Su Yu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The power is very suitable. Very good, Su Yu said with a smile, enduring the pain. Qing Ying was startled, and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Rumble. A loud noise was heard. It was not the sound of the remaining space bubbles bursting, but the sound of a giant object rubbing against the cliff. At the same time, the giant platform rose on its own. To be precise, it rose up. A slope was raised from the flat surface, facing Qing Ying. At this moment, he saw a pair of huge, dim yellow eyes hidden under the slope. At the same time, a huge, elongated body was swimming in the pitch-black canyon. Suddenly, Qing Ying's whole body trembled, and the outline of a giant snake appeared in his mind. At the same time, Su Yu, who was seriously injured, flew up and shouted at the giant snake, "Haha, stupid thing, you harmed our Shui family in the past. Today, I have brought people to take revenge. Prepare to die." Although the snake's strength was high, its spiritual intelligence was average. The giant snake turned its eyes and stared at Su Yu. Hiss! It flicked its tongue, and the hostility in its eyes intensified. Apparently, it still remembered the creature who cheated all the starlight grass half a year ago. As the king of this place, what made it even angrier was that Shui Yu had brought strong people here, which was undoubtedly a provocation. Hiss! Its huge body swam violently, and its ferocious head swooped up and bit Qing Ying. It knew very well who posed a greater threat and who it should eat first. Qing Ying didn't pay much attention to this snake, but when it rushed over, it emitted an overlord-level savage aura. Qing Ying was shocked. There was actually an overlord-class sea beast hidden in the Sword Pavilion Sea region. In the blink of an eye, Qing Ying immediately used space manipulation and teleported away from this place. However, this giant snake was extremely fast. Not waiting for the green shadow to teleport away, the ferocious mouth enveloped him. Qing Ying was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! I'm not with him. I'm here to kill him." The gigantic snake's yellowish pupils revealed an anthropomorphic mockery as it said in human language, "Do you think this king is a fool? If you really want to kill him, then why did you use spatial force to sneak attack me?" Qing Ying was at a loss for words. He had attacked Su Yu in a hurry. How could he have known that there was an overlord-level ferocious beast sleeping here? At that moment, he finally understood Su Yu's true intention of retreating. If Su Yu had been hiding on this giant snake's head from the very beginning, Qing Ying would have been cautious and would have carefully examined the snake's head. However, it was Su Yu's retreat step by step that paralyzed Qing Ying, causing him to attack and accidentally injure the giant snake. Now that he thought about it, Su Yu's hiding here was a trap from the very beginning. "No, Qing Ying roared. However, the giant snake did not listen to his advice and swallowed Qing Ying. But Qing Ying was, after all, a bronze overlord of the same realm. He would not die immediately after being swallowed. Moreover, he was proficient in the space divine path. How could he be destroyed so easily? Puff! A bloody hole suddenly burst open on the giant snake's neck, and a powerful space fluctuation came from inside. Qing Ying used the space divine path to teleport directly, but found that there was another universe in the giant snake's belly, and the space teleportation was obstructed. In desperation, he could only choose to use the space divine technique to break open the giant snake. Hiss! The giant snake was in pain, and its hostility was aroused. The black scales on its neck turned into pitch-black poisonous snakes, which blocked the gap and drilled into it to bite Qing Ying. Qing Ying naturally would not resign himself to death. He operated the space divine path to resist tenaciously. The two bronze overlords were fighting each other, so much so that they forgot about Su Yu for the time being. Everything was just as Su Yu had expected. Although the journey was dangerous, it went smoothly. Enduring the pain all over his body, Su Yu looked at the pitch-black depths of the cliff and continued to dive down. The deeper he went, the darker it became, and the colder it became. When he reached an unknown depth, a pitch-black cave came into view. The size of the cave was similar to the giant snake's head. A snake cave? Su Yu was not surprised. He suppressed the coldness and flashed into the cave. A faint snake odor assaulted his nostrils. It was indeed a snake cave. "I hope my guess is right," Su Yu said to himself. He stepped inside and kept moving forward along the dark and winding snake cave. The snake cave stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Just when Su Yu was wondering whether the snake cave had an end, a faint light appeared in front of him. Not a surprise. Su Yu came to the cave entrance and looked at the vast sea and the blue sky outside. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This snake dominated the evil ghost strait, so there was no reason it would not have prepared a way out for itself. The other end of the snake cave was the way to escape to heaven. Standing at the cave entrance, Su Yu looked around and found that he had already left the waters of the Twin Star Island. He did not know where it led. There were thousands of islands nearby, big and small. All kinds of creatures grew on them, and there were as many as the hairs on a cow. If Su Yu hid among them, Jian Xian would have to spend a lot of effort to find him. He had finally escaped to heaven. However, unexpectedly, Su Yu did not step out of the cave. Instead, he returned to the tunnel and walked back. After a long time, he returned to the evil ghost strait again. Looking up at the canyon where the fierce battle had stopped, he stepped out of the snake cave and continued to sink. The extreme coldness completely froze Su Yu's body, turning him into an ice sculpture and falling into the depths of the canyon. Su Yu also restrained all of his aura. Even his soul was tightly contained within his soul, not emitting the slightest bit. He could only wait quietly. After a long time, an extremely violent fluctuation came from midair in the canyon. A scene of dusk fell eerily in the underwater canyon, accompanied by the horrified hissing of the giant snake. Soon, a giant snake's corpse broke into several pieces and fell into the depths of the canyon. The master of Jian Xian had struck. In midair in the canyon, Jian Ruxiong kept his long sword and healed Qing Ying's injuries from a distance. Qing Ying's body was covered in rotten flesh, caused by the fierce snake venom. His face was ashen. To be exact, he was flustered and exasperated. Shameless B****. How dare he plot against me? I will tear him into pieces. Qing Ying was furious. Jian Ruxiong's eyes flickered. He had asked Qing Ying to strike because he had sensed danger. It seemed like he had made the right choice. It was unexpected that a bronze overlord-level sea beast was hidden in the sea. Fortunately, the sea beast had been distracted by Qing Ying, and Jian Ruxiong had been able to kill it easily. Now, only Su Yu was left. Split up and look for Su Yu. Don't let go of any traces, Jian Ruxiong ordered. The crowd quickly split up, looking for Su Yu. Before long, Tuoba Ying was the first to discover something strange in the depths of the canyon. He said, Sword Master, there is a cave here, and Shueyu's aura is lingering nearby. Oh! Jian Ruxiong walked over and sized it up. His expression changed slightly. Oh no, let's go after him. He might have escaped. An hour later, a group of people stood at the other end of the cave, looking at the boundless sea. All of them had grave expressions on their faces. The snake cave was connected to the left and right side. The strangest thing was that the inside of the snake cave had been enhanced by the giant snake with the law of space. Although the snake cave didn't look long, it actually passed through a large area of space. This place was hundreds of billions of miles away from the Twin Star Island. Su Yu had undoubtedly entered the sea in front of them. Finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Thousand Star Island. Jian Ruxiong recognized this place. It was an island at the edge of the Sword Pavilion, which was occupied by many weak influences. If Su Yu had escaped into the Thousand Star Island, it would not be easy to find him in a short time. However, they had to find him no matter how difficult it was. Convey my order. Inform all the island masters of the Thousand Star Island to come and see me, Jian Ruxiong ordered. All the people of the Sword Pavilion flew to various islands to convey Jian Ruxiong's order. There was only one reason why they were asked to see him. He wanted to use all the influences of the Thousand Star Island to search for Su Yu one by one. Jian Ruxiong's eyes were full of murderous intent. I'll dig you out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Su Yu, who they had been searching for all over the world, was still sinking quietly at the bottom of the sea after the evil ghost strait had quietened down. The difference was that he had removed the ice with the mortal fairy's strength. He was sitting with his legs crossed, ready to train. He had no intention of leaving the evil ghost strait. This was because Su Yu knew very well that although the Sword Pavilion was huge, it was under its control everywhere. On the sea, he would be wanted by all the influences affiliated to the Sword Pavilion. Moreover, with the strength of Jian Ruxiong and the accompanying peak masters, it was impossible for him to hide his tracks completely. He might be able to escape for 10 days, half a month, or even a few months, but it was impossible for him to escape completely. There was only one place that was the safest. And that was this place. When everyone assumed that Su Yu had left the snake cave and was hiding in a safer sea, Su Yu did the opposite and was hiding in the depths of the evil ghost strait, which seemed to be a hopeless place. This was the best place to train. Su Yu took out a bottle of refined dragon marrow and 2 huge pieces of the dragon's body. He took a deep breath and looked forward to it. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Become a deity and rescue Xia Jingyu. Become a deity and restore his strength to its peak. With an unprecedented desire, Su Yu poured a bottle of dragon marrow on his body. Sizzle. The refined dragon marrow was far purer than the dragon bones on the Double Star Island. Layers of green smoke rose from the surface of Su Yu's body, causing him to groan in pain. It felt like fresh volcanic magma had been poured on his head, and the pain was unbearable. Hiss. Su Yu took a deep breath. Not only did he not flinch, but he poured another bottle. This was because Su Yu felt the crazy refinement of his divine path. The unparalleled pleasure had completely offset the pain. Chapter 1631. At the same time, the Thousand Star Island began a mighty search operation. From the masters of the island to the ordinary people, everyone was mobilized. Shueyu's portrait was distributed to every living creature in just 1 day. Moreover, Zhen Xian offered an extremely high reward. Anyone who discovered Su Yu's whereabouts would be rewarded with an imperial divine weapon. The person who captured Su Yu alive was the 11th peak master of Jian Xian. Such a tempting reward not only stirred the Thousand-Star Island, but also the islands tens of billions of miles away. They all joined in the search for Shui Yu without hesitation. In a single night, numerous small searching boats appeared in all kinds of uninhabited seas. The remote seabed was also full of searching experts. Su Yu was hiding on an uninhabited island. Even if he were to hide in the underwater ruins, he would not be able to escape the search. The search operation was in full swing here. On the Double Star Island side, they finally noticed something strange. Everyone looked as if the sky was collapsing. The Baihua family, Lu family, and Murong family, who were supposed to leave, all fled back to the Double Star Island. Because they were intercepted by Jian Xian halfway. After the people of Jian Xian verified their identities, they began a massacre without saying a word. Unexpectedly, the people of the three families all suffered varying degrees of casualties. It was unknown why Jian Xian attacked, but it was foreseeable that the three families had been ambushed. Jian Xian's desire to kill them was undeniable. The three masters, together with Shui Yuntian, paced back and forth in the living room, extremely uneasy. Beep beep, the communication pendants on their bodies were beeping incessantly. But every time they looked at the jade pendants, the expression on their faces grew uglier. After they fled back here, they arranged for a group of suicide squads to spread out in all directions to scout out the situation. But whether it was the Baihua family, the Lu family, or the Murong family, the people they sent out either sank into the sea, their lives unknown, or they received a reply from the ambushers. Combined with the investigation of the three great families, they were shocked to find that, with the Double Star Island as the center, 100 million square miles had been sealed off. No family force was allowed to leave. Baihua Lan, aren't you cousins with the 8th peak master of Jian Xian? You often visit each other and have a harmonious relationship. Why don't you ask her why Jian Xian is trying to kill us? Lu Zhongtian's brows were full of anxiety. His divination didn't yield any clues. Not only were there too many participants in this matter, but more importantly, the people who were involved were all the top experts in the Sword Loft. It's useless. I've already contacted her, but she only replied with one sentence, telling me to take care of myself. Baihua Lan's head was in a mess. In other words, he was abandoning her and cutting all ties with her. Inside the house, Murong Fengfeng was relatively calm. He pondered and said, "Everyone, since Jian Xian wants to kill us, why did he suddenly stop killing us when he formed an encirclement and only trapped us instead of killing us?" Lu Zhongtian's eyes flickered as he said, "I think the mastermind is most likely being delayed by other matters and has no time to deal with us. Once he pulls his hand back, he will definitely kill us." Murong Feng nodded. "That's right, so the only thing we need to do now is to save ourselves." His eyes glowed as he looked at Shui Yuntian and said, "Brother Shui, at this moment of life and death, I hope you won't save us. Quickly ask Shui Yu for help, then he can ask the Star Pavilion for help. That way, we still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, with Jian Xian killing us like dogs, we won't be able to escape death." Shui Yuntian smiled bitterly. "To tell you the truth, Shui Yu has left Twin Star Island recently." "What? Why would he leave at this critical juncture?" Baihua Lan was shocked. "Why would he leave? And where is he going?" Shui Yuntian sighed. "He went out to travel. Only he knows where he is going. How could a father not know where his son is going?" It was a question filled with questions, but in their panic, they did not hear the underlying meaning. Murong Feng pondered and said, "There's no hurry. Even if Shui Yu, my dear nephew, leaves, if Brother Shui asks for help from the Stellar Pavilion, the Stellar Pavilion will definitely not stand idly by since Shui Yu is a member of the Shui family." The rest saw the Star Pavilion as their only hope, and they all looked at Shui Yuntian hopefully. Feeling helpless, Shui Yuntian said, "All right, I'll try." The Shui family had stationed 1 or 2 members of the Shui family on the random star island all year round to gather important resources. If he could contact them now, he could convey the matter here to the Star Pavilion. However, after imbuing it with divine energy, the Shui family's communication artifact remained motionless. Shui Yuntian's face darkened. After a few attempts, he sat down dejectedly and let out a long sigh. The communication to the outside world is also blocked. Jian Xian has come prepared. What? Even the communication to the outside world was blocked. The rest of the Pathmasters contacted their families one after another, and the results were exactly the same. Jian Xian must have used a large-scale formation to block the communication between this area and the outside world. Everyone was in despair. They were like turtles in a jar, and their life and death depended on when Jian Xian would make a move. As for Jian Xian, he was still searching for Su Yu with great fanfare. In just 3 short months, he had covered the entire Jian Xian's territorial waters. Most of the islands joined in the operation. Even those who had visited the Shui family joined in the search for Su Yu for the sake of their own interests. The scale of the search and capture operation exceeded all previous ones, and it was unprecedented. At the moment, Su Yu was the public enemy. Although the Jian Xian was large, there was no place for Su Yu to hide. However, there was no news of Su Yu in such an unprecedented search and capture operation. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Near the Thousand-Star Island, all the islands and even the seabed were dug up, and everyone was investigated. Not a trace of Su Yu was found. Jian Ruxiong could not sit still anymore. He believed that no one would dare to protect Shui Yu, and he believed that Su Yu could not have left no trace in such a large search and capture operation. But why was there no trace of him? Could it be that someone had secretly colluded to help Su Yu escape? As he thought of this, Jian Ruxiong's brows furrowed deeply. It had been 3 months, and they had not found Su Yu. This meant that the possibility of finding Su Yu was next to nothing. If the ancient records are correct, that stone dragon bone sword should be the dragon clan's most precious treasure, the royal dragon sword. It is the token of the previous dragon emperors, and the one who holds the dragon sword is the current dragon emperor. Jian Ruxiong's face was gloomy. That was the reason why he was determined to retrieve the sword at all costs. With the royal dragon sword, he would have nothing to fear even if he was the divine warrior of the world, let alone a mere branch of the Star Pavilion. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had hoped. The royal dragon sword was nowhere to be found. He was still an ordinary master of the Sword Pavilion, and he still had to lower his head in front of the Star Pavilion. Deep anger surged in his heart. Let's go back. Jian Ruxiong gave up on the search, and his words were filled with murderous intent. Kill them all. Especially the Shui family. They had snatched away the most precious treasure that could change his life, so they had to die. Jian Feiming's face was also gloomy, and his murderous intent was overflowing. Jian Xian's opportunity to rise in the world had been destroyed by a few ants. He hated them so much that he would not be able to vent his anger if he did not skin them alive and pull out their bones. Jian Xian, who had found nothing, returned to the evil ghost straight through the snake cave. Jian Ruxiong's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, he rushed to the surface of the sea and led the crowd towards the Double Star Island. Tuoba Ying followed behind. When he passed by the strait, he stopped in his tracks. He did not rush out of the sea with them, but stared at the depths of the canyon with a fervent look. He clearly remembered that the bronze overlord giant snake had fallen into the depths of the strait. Jian Xian was anxious to capture Su Yu, so he did not keep the item. Any part of the bronze overlord giant snake is a priceless treasure. Moreover, if I can extract the essence of the giant snake from it, I might have an opportunity to break through to the overlord level. Tuoba Ying hesitated for a long time before diving down stealthily. However, he was not the only one who was smart. Master of the Tuoba family, what are you planning to do? Jian Feiming stared at him with a sneer, his hands behind his back. Tuoba Ying's body stiffened, and he immediately found an excuse. I want to go down and check. What if Shui Yu is hiding down there? Jian Feiming smiled faintly and waved his hand. Go and help my father to besiege the Double Star Island. Bronze-level living beings are also rare treasures for Jian Xian. You are not qualified to touch them yet. Although Tuoba Ying was furious, he had no choice but to leave the place obediently. Jian Feiming stared at his back with a sarcastic smile. Then, he dived into the deepest part of the canyon. For a level 2 cave mansion world venerable like him, the frigid cold air was nothing. After a few breaths, he reached the deepest part of the canyon. As expected, the giant snake's body, which had been broken into several pieces, was still lying quietly at the bottom of the canyon. Jian Feiming took out a storage artifact and stored the snake's bodies one by one. As he was storing them, Jian Feiming suddenly saw a statue sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the canyon. The dust at the bottom of the sea covered the statue's body, burying half of it in the mud. The statue's whole body was flickering with thousands of lights of different colors, looking extremely mysterious. What was even more peculiar was that a faintly discernible old oil lamp was suspended above the statue's head, flickering and silent from time to time. The oil lamp burned everything around it. Divine energy, cold ice, seawater. After burning, wisps of weak nine-colored energy were emitted from the oil lamp. The nine-colored energy was extremely mysterious. When it rose, it turned into rain, when it fell, it turned into dust, and in between, it turned into various small living beings. It was extraordinary, as if this wisp of energy had created a small world. Jian Feiming was incomparably stunned. Many pieces of information flashed through his mind until an item appeared in his mind, causing him to cry out in surprise, "Heavens, this is the first chi that created the world, absolute beginning chi." His expression was filled with excitement. Absolute beginning chi, the mysterious chi that filled the entire absolute beginning realm. There were too many uses for this item. It was said that many sovereigns of heaven and earth bitterly searched for absolute beginning chi. It was said that it was a necessary item for one to reach a higher level. However, every strand of it was extremely precious. The Purple Dream Sovereign had once publicly offered a bronze overlord pet as a reward for a wisp of absolute beginning chi. However, the statue in front of him wasn't just a wisp. It was an endless stream of absolute beginning chi. He couldn't believe his eyes. As intelligent as he was, he immediately realized what kind of earth-shattering treasure he had found. Not only would the sovereigns of heaven and earth fight for it, but even higher existences would also join in the fight. In his excitement, he let out a low roar and pounced forward, hugging the statue. A crazed joy appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, I, Jian Feiming, also have great luck. I actually found a heaven-defying treasure."